Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was just looking at everything over. Sorry, I'm so late getting on. Had to help a friend. So, there's the link. If anybody wants to hop up, let me know if you can hear me. Give me a 5x5, and we'll get this rolling. I'm off tomorrow and making coffee. So, hello. Strange times. Strange days, actually. It snowed in Brazil. First time in 10,000 years. Yesterday. Crazy. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Okay. So I'm going to drop the link to Ernie, see if he wants to hop on up. I haven't seen Ian forever. So we're going to. This goes out to E. Drop that here. Anybody out there? Anybody can hear me? Let me text Silver Girl. Let her know I'm up. Vicky, I'm up. Angela, I'm up. Alright. Let's see. Let me go message. Sorry. I'm just messaging everybody. I am live. Googles. I am live. Let me go to Ed. I am live. And these. I am live. Hey, Vicky, come on up. Do you see the link? If you don't, can you hear me? Make sure I got my microphone. Can you hear me? I don't know. Give me a 5x5. You can hear me? No link? Are they fucking with me? Messing with me? Sorry about the language. Okay, thank you. I keep dropping it. Let's go see if I can get into my other. Here's this. I'm going to go on. We'll wait for that. Apparently, they're having issues. Hey, apparently they're not letting me post the link. So what I'm going to do is you all type in StreamYard and I'll just drop the channel. That's the channel. So if you go StreamYard and then the / and then post that, you'll hop on in. So I'm making coffee. I'm tired. Oh, sorry. And type in the StreamYard.com/ and then put that. Draw the link again. Copy. Let me know if you see it. Let's see if I can do it. I'm getting on the Patriotic Angels channel. See if I can drop the link straight into YouTube. Give me a second. Just an aggravation, really. Paste. There we go. I just dropped it into YouTube. No. Let me know if you can see that. I just dropped it again in YouTube. So it's small case D T X small Q K I K L Z 28U. You know, YouTube can really just kiss my, you know what? Try that. Can you see that? What I'll do is I'll email it to you or text it to you. Yeah, I know, Shadow. It's just YouTube will not let me post the link, so I'm dropping it into the text message so you can find it that way. Vicky, I just texted it to you. Giggles, I'm texting it to you. Oh, Silver Girl. Hello. One second.
I've got your KKs out, but I'm here. I got it. The last thing you dropped is what I got it off of.
Yeah, they finally. They do not like me. They do not like me.
That makes no sense. Do you realize how that makes no sense?
Apparently, my whole family doesn't like me either.
I mean, it's absurd. But on the other hand, I tried to set up an account to get in that way with just your link, like I did the other day, and um, it never sent me a verification code. I'm still waiting on a code.
You may have to redo it.
I won't worry about that. But nothing. I was trying, and I did set up an account, and it wouldn't let me in. So
Yeah.
that is a beautiful dress, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Those
Goodwill.
that red and that lipstick is a knockout.
Thank you.
Absolutely knockout. I'll
I'm
be
waiting
back.
on this to grow out so I don't look like Jen Psaki.
I gotta take Ace. I'll be back.
All right. I'm waiting on Miss Vicky. Vicky! Hey, believing. Hi, Miss Shadow Dancer. You heard Leo. He said hello. Then you, Lily. 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 I got a kiss finally. Yay. Thank you. And Gitmo. Come on. It's Gitmo. This is Gitmo. Look, it's Gitmo. It's Gitmo. Gitmo. Oh, he's eating my face off. I texted you a link on your. Texted it to you. Not through Facebook, just a text message. Mr. Cutie? Who's Mr. Cutie? Oh, doggy. He knows. I'm not. I just clicked. Oh, I did. Whoops. I'm going to try the link again. Copy. Try this. DTX. QK. It wasn't I. That's why. Yes. Hey, Vicky.
Hey, now I'm finally up here. Gotta go.
You do not. You're funny. You're funny.
So how's your friend?
Videos.
Hey, Gizmo. Hey, pretty boy. I mean, you good looking boy. Handsome fella. Mama. What is Silver going to do? Oh, she wants to let the dog out. Gotcha.
Get to take the doggy out. I'm waiting on my coffee. Yeah, I went and I was talking to my sister. Well, I called my mom, and then my sister gets on, and she's like, "Oh, I had to tell you because Mom can't figure out how to tell you because she's got dementia." And Joey can't make it into this week, and I'm like, "Why not?" This is her son. She goes, "Well, he got the variant."
What?
And I said, "What variant?" And she goes, "What do you mean, what variant?" I said, "There isn't a variant if they can't isolate COVID." And she goes, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going to argue with you.
Oh.
And end of the conversation. Because I didn't go to medical school. I didn't go to college. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Did they go to college?
She's been a nurse for almost 50 years.
Okay, then shots on that one. But that don't mean she's right.
No, she's not right. She's indoctrinated. She just doesn't know she's indoctrinated. But I, who have been doing nothing but research, have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't know if I'm going to be listen to Snedeker much more.
Why?
He pissed people off the other day.
How do you do that?
Just pushing people to buy this. He got this person on a gold and silver and just really pushing hard for people to
Because
join.
they should buy silver and gold. If you can. No. I can't afford it, but I mean, you should, because it's the precious metals are going to be what people need to have.
No, what he's pushing about it is that he was pushing about it's going to support the show. And I go, yeah, we know that all this stuff is going to support the show, but it's just kind of made people kind of, to me, well, I haven't been doing it because I ain't got the money. He says, push, I don't know, you have to watch it.
I mean, he still does great intel, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going through a lot financially.
Well, so have I.
I know. He's trying to take care of his dad who's sick and is, moving and, excuse me.
He's not moved yet.
Huh?
He's not moved.
Yeah. Because I got the hiccup.
But the truth, y'all know he does good intel, but it should not be free. You got intel, you don't do it, you do it for free.
But not everybody does it for free. But that doesn't mean they don't have good intel. I mean, some people monetize. You have to have. I mean, if all he does is research, because he can't coach anymore. They won't hire him because of the fact that he's awake. I mean, if I could do this and make a living off of it, believe me, I would. But I'm not. I can't even get my own family to listen to me. My own family won't listen to me.
Did you get the email ahead of tonight's show? Or whenever the show was?
Who?
Mm-hmm.
Vicky.
Email what?
From Dave.
You mean the notification?
No, I did not.
Okay, I did. My read of, I did not see what was said, but my read of what I read in the email is that if he were selling a flashlight that was a special flashlight for another company, and that company, for every $30 you spend to buy this flashlight, the company will give David $10.
Right. I know.
Right.
It's that same thing, except it's in gold and silver at that special place that he got worked out a deal with. And
hello, beautiful lady.
Hello.
It really,
I dropped the link if you want to come up.
it's a way to, I think he's gotten more into that. The less he's been able to work at anything.
Yeah, because they won't hire him because A, he's in California. B, if you're awake and in California, you're not going to get a job, especially working with colleges or any schools, because you don't go along with their program, you're out.
The other thing we also have to remember, unemployment benefits are ending.
He didn't get unemployment benefits.
I didn't think he did, but they are, but not just for him, but for everybody.
And he's put his daughter in a very expensive private school.
Right. So he's got to make money to keep that going,
I feel the same way. I heard parts of this transferring and blah, blah. Every time people talk about getting out and doing something, going to the school board, doing this, doing that, go down and make it, make sure you don't wear your mask, tell people all that. I feel like crap. Every time I always feel horrible. All this go do and do this and all this
Wait a
stuff.
minute. You feel crap, but you're doing what you can.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that you're doing what you can. It's not any different. It's no different whatsoever. I can't get out of the house. I just physically can't. You can't go buy silver and gold. You physically can't. And believe me, he knows that. I mean, he doesn't, from my interactions with him, I've never had any indication of anything else. I do believe that his lack of work now is making it worse. And the fact that I do think he is going to move, like you said, if he can get the kid into school. And that'll be cheaper in the long run. It's easier to live in Georgia than it is in California, money-wise.
Yeah.
I found some money. Well, just one. It was $1 bill, but it was old.
Was it
Like
with
very,
did it
very
have a
old.
silver? Did it have a silver thing on it? The silver stamp?
I didn't pay attention to it. I have to get it back out. But it was old and it was big. You know,
If it has like a silver, you know how where they have like the little stamp, it's like green and stuff like that. If it's
Yeah.
silver, then that means it's back. It's a note, and it has that amount in actual silver. So you hold on to that. My brother has a bunch of them.
When what we're trying to go back to now is money back.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
If that was has the silver on it, that was one that was
Silver
made.
note. Some are gold too, so you have to
Yeah,
be careful.
Yeah, I'll have to look at. I don't know.
It's
It was
the
in a.
amount of metal. There's that
Did you
amount
get it from your
of
grandma?
that bill.
Did you get it from
I
your
think it
grandma?
was. No, I think it was my grandfather's on my mama's side.
Okay.
But those
I was
are.
just going through stuff. We're having a yard sale, and I was going through stuff. I found it.
Don't put that in there. Don't put that in there. Don't put that in there.
No, I'm gonna put it up. I gotta get up in my pictures.
Yo, you
I
have
gotta
some
put it up.
kind of
Did
corn
you color your
collection?
hair, Vicky?
What?
Did you color your hair?
No, it's just the lighting.
Oh, it looks red.
It's the highlight. It's just, but nope. It's just, nope.
You
You
and
got
Angel
highlight.
Post.
You got
Huh?
highlights.
No. It's all, it's all kind of different colors.
Ah. Yeah. I like it though.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
always kind of had a little little red tint. Sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. This one's out of a box. I bought it, so I guess it's mine.
Yeah. You put it in there, so you claim the right to it.
I guess with my wigs are mine too because I bought them.
Yep.
So look how I haven't had a cigarette since April. Look how white my teeth are.
Good for you.
Yep, it's good. That's good,
My
girl.
friend's like, "Are you bleaching your teeth?" I'm like, "No, I just brush them and I don't smoke."
That's good.
So I was telling her that I was talking to my mom,
Hmm.
and my sister gets on. She goes, "I've been trying to get mom to tell you, but she doesn't know how to do it because she's got dementia. That her son couldn't come in town because he's got the variant." And
Oh,
I said, "What variant? It can't be a variant if they don't even isolate COVID. If they can't isolate COVID, then there's no variant." And she's like, "You don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going to argue." And she ended the conversation.
I wonder. I mean, why just
No, how do you know? No questions, no nothing. You just don't know what you're talking about because you did not go to college. You're just an
right?
idiot.
You don't. Yeah, that's aggravating. I mean, hello. Sorry, girl.
I didn't go to indoctrination medical school. Thank you. She's been a nurse since she was like 24. So, and she's
Mhm.
60 something. So she's been a nurse for over 40 years. She believes everything the medical association tells her to believe.
Yeah.
I don't do anything but research. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I just don't have an off button.
I just wish people wouldn't be like that just because you're
Oh,
trying
do
to
you have
help.
an off button? I don't have an off button.
I don't have an offer.
Someone
Me,
asked me, I mean, what my friend's boyfriend's dad, I ran into him and he's like, he asked his son, he's like, is she a Trump supporter? He goes, well, she's the biggest one he ever met. He's like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, I went to D.C. on the 6th. He goes, I'm surprised you're not in jail. I'm like, A, I'm not stupid. B, I didn't use my credit card. C, I slept in my car. And as soon as it was over, I left. So the whole thing was a fucking FF. He goes, yeah, there's a lot of FFs. And I'm like, exactly. Well, he starts asking me all these questions, and we couldn't hardly hear. So I went outside, and I basically hit him with word vomit. And then now he's just like, he went and sat down. He was like, he didn't want to hear it. He said, I lost him at religion.
I know.
Well, I said, he goes, religion and politics you can't talk about. I said, well, they made sure of that, didn't they?
Yeah, that's it. They may brainwash people.
It's like nobody wants to hear about God. Nobody wants to talk about politics. I'm like, it's beyond all this, but it's
They get feisty and want to just shut up and go the other way when someone wants to talk to them about certain things.
I said, yeah, and he's somewhat awake. I mean, and I'm like, he doesn't want to hear about God though, and I'm like, why don't you want to hear about God?
No, that's
Because
where
ties together. This all ties together. I don't want to hear about that.
that's where I kind of go. I kind of get confused and go, okay, God, you want me to go talk to them about Him, but if they won't listen, how do you do it?
Well, it says in the Bible, shake the dust off your feet, right?
they're listening, they just don't want to.
Right.
Yeah, because we're supposed to go out and tell about Jesus, but if people don't want to hear it, what do we do?
These people don't want to change.
Because Jesus
No,
said,
no.
if no one will accept you, you shake the dust off your feet and you go to the next house.
Yeah.
What do you think a preacher may feel? He's up there preaching and about Jesus and
Who?
accepting Jesus as Savior. And not everybody listens. Some people don't want to do it. But he's
But I
there.
guess there's always that one person that will want to listen and know more about Him.
It takes one person though to change.
So those seeds out, and then one's gonna grow, one's gonna connect to somebody.
I was listening to Amanda Grace and Dave Scarlett, and they said that America, if what Biden and them just said about that all the blue states were going to be a total shutdown, that people are not going to put up with it, and they're about to do a rebellion. They're going to have some serious riots, and that's where we all should be safe.
Shadow Dancer said your dollar is a silver dollar certificate.
Oh, does she? Oh, okay, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't even know it was just in that. It was in my box of old pictures.
Yeah, my brother's got a bill collection. He collects coins. He collects, old silver notes. He collects gemstones.
We have a
like
silver dollar. We have a silver dollar.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna fix me something too.
I had decided I'd try one more piece of bread and see if it stayed down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Silver Girl. You still feeling bad?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Did you get anything? Did you get any explanation about your doctor visit the other day?
No, and I won't know really what's going on until next week. But they went ahead and the urine sample had a slight bacterial infection, but it wasn't enough to even make my white count high. But they gave me that, and then my aide, who I would have never believed she would have done it, but she went up to pick up that particular medication at the pharmacy and got two ladies that she'd never talked to or seen before, and this just blows my mind. Talked to them and came home with what is the proper medication to get things to stay in me. Homeopathic version.
Yeah.
And I can't get it, but it is working, and so at least I'm not so weak and in so much pain. It's just that I'm still working on what can I keep in, and they aren't really treating whatever really is wrong. It's just treating symptoms, but I feel better anyway.
Yeah, that's why wishing holistic medicine. They treat the cause, not the symptoms.
Well, these guys will even, they'll get the bowel results next week, and then they'll get at it at that point, hopefully with my doctor in the office.
Yeah.
Hey, Ohio. Shadow Dancer. Yeah. It was just one, and it's really big. It's just weird.
Have you
It's not
ever-
normal.
You ever checked the page out called Dark Matter?
Yeah, I think so.
Seems like I might have, but I don't know. Maybe it was something
Yeah,
else.
I'm the same way. It's kind of like, yeah.
Let's see. There's
I'll just say I don't know.
I've been to the dark. What is it called? The dark web
App.
or
Dark Matter. No, not Dark Web. Dark Matter. It's a channel.
Mm.
We're gonna show it.
Not-
One second.
what's that guy? That man? The dark.
No, this is a truth. This is a truth thing. So,
Okay.
we're gonna show this. It's nothing evil or anything. It's just things that make you go,
Yeah.
Oh, I like those.
Oh, here we go. Scariest things caught on live TV.
Whilst most paranormal videos can be incredibly suspect, when said videos
Watch
are
the
captured on
suitcase.
live TV, it makes them that much more credible. So, from a holographic Pope to the mysterious identity of Teddy Perkins, join us.
I said that's Michael Jackson.
That's what I thought.
Whilst in the middle of a news piece, these Honduran presenters were shocked when one of their glasses suddenly moved on its own. Clearly confused, they play the oddity off and continue on.
Chiste nos dicen por acá, aquí prohibida la pólvora. ¡Ah! Todo el mundo revienta fuego. Mira. Dice el barco que se fue para allá. Oh, eso sí lo vi.
Somebody's pulling a trick on him. That's what he's thinking.
However, host Carlos Molina later admitted that he felt a sharp chill down his spine seconds before the glass moved. He also denied any speculation that production staff were behind a hoax. Further, in response to the skeptics, Molina claimed he tried to move the glass, but that it was stuck to the table.
That's when the ghost can't get you to listen.
It was supernatural.
That would have been funny if somebody picked it up and poured it out.
Which one am I missing?
During a recent broadcast, Pope Francis appeared at his window to bless the crowd.
Evil shit.
However, bizarrely, as he stepped back inside, he seemed to vanish in thin air.
Up there.
He goes bye-bye.
Thank you.
Dude, he's gone.
Oh my.
Even closer, the Vatican removed all copies of this video, leaving only the official version. As to why the Vatican would do this, some believe Francis was sick that day, or alternatively, that this is a common safety protocol. perhaps to prevent assassination attempts.
Then why hide it? Doesn't fit.
Further, though it sounds unbelievable, basic holograms have been presented on multiple occasions, and it makes sense that if such technology exists, it would be far more advanced behind closed doors. During the news coverage of the 2011 Japanese tsunami, some viewers spotted a mysterious creature in the background. In the video, a black bird mysteriously appears and disappears. Even stranger, in slow motion, it seems to repeatedly vanish and reappear. Still, skeptics were quick to conclude that the bird was the result of poor video compression, yet some paranormal enthusiasts are certain it was Mothman. First seen in West Virginia, 1966, the creature was routinely spotted for the next year. Finally, on December 14, 1967, it was seen above the Silver Bridge. Eerily, the next day, the bridge suddenly collapsed, and the Mothman vanished. Ever since, it's allegedly been observed before multiple disasters, leading some to conclude it's a premonition of death. So could the unusual creature actually be the Mothman? For years, skeptics questioned why no UFO had ever been captured on live TV. However, in today's world, they are captured on almost a daily basis, yet there has arguably been no better footage than this video from Peru. In February 2020, the channel Capital TV teams of 200 people to wait at the Yaya Beach, a UFO hotspot. The hosts were doubtful that they would catch something, but to their amazement, they filmed something spectacular. In the middle of the broadcast, some audience members noticed an unexplained light above the sea.
Está encima de la playa, no está en el cerro, miren. A ver, todos tranquilos, por favor, están grabando con el celular lo que estamos viendo. Es una luz muy potente que se está acercando en estos momentos al campamento. Se está acercando al campamento. Quiero, por favor, que tengan mucha calma. Se está acercando, está flotando encima de las aguas.
Soon the excited crowd were at hand with their laser pens, shining them at the object, and incredibly, it seemed to respond back.
Ahí está, otra aparece en este momento. Estamos transmitiendo en vivo, en directo. 40 de la noche, miren eso. Eso. Ahora, vamos a tratar de ser racionales.
Mira, no se mueve.
Podría ser pescadores que están en la zona y que están lanzando, pero
La luz es muy potente. La luz es muy potente.
Though some have argued that it could be a boat, those who saw it maintain it was a UFO. In previous videos, I have covered the controversial theory that legendary musician Michael Jackson actually faked his death. However, one piece of supposed evidence that I neglected to mention was the mysterious identity of Teddy Perkins and his odd appearance at the 2018 Emmys. The Jackson-inspired character first appeared on the acclaimed show Atlanta, where he was played by Donald Glover. Yet mysteriously, the Perkins at the Emmys wasn't played by Glover, nor by his brother Stephen, or co-star Lakeith Stanfield. Additionally, Atlanta director Hiromu Rai refused to reveal who it was. This led to theories that Perkins was really Jackson in disguise, and that he used the show to tell his story. In particular, believers point to this short clip, in which he cryptically says that someone did kill him, but that he's still alive.
I believe that could be him.
I do too.
Some Jackson fans say yes. Others aren't so sure. What do you think?
I think that's him.
Did it make him look even more freakier though?
I don't know.
UK politician walks
I
away with
mean,
a distinctly red briefcase.
He always had costumes
However,
on. You
once
never
he
know.
passes this parked car, the case now becomes green.
Out of everything we
Still,
know,
you can see the
anything
colour
is
still
possible.
red just before he comes back into frame.
Where'd Giggles go, Phil?
She probably fell off. Mhm.
Some claiming it was evidence of government manipulation. Whatever the case, the mystery doesn't end there. Only a few minutes earlier, the briefcase literally transformed in front of the camera, this time from green to red. Is it possible that this is video evidence of a glitch in the Matrix? In the aftermath of the 2017 Mexico City earthquake, it was the Enrique Rabasman School that made international headlines. In a story that gripped the nation, rescuers made massive efforts to free Frida Sofia, a little girl they'd found trapped in the debris. Bizarrely, however, it was later discovered that Frida didn't exist. So who did rescuers see and talk to? Eerily, whatever the answer, people later unearthed this creepy news coverage, in which a face can be seen in the wreckage.
See your face? In a crack.
Just a child, a spirit who died years prior to the earthquake, or something far worse.
That creepy.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anything is possible.
Yeah, why do they have to make him look even more goofy? That Teddy.
Yeah.
He was not with some very good people.
There's
Yeah.
another thing I got on here. Hold on. Things that make you go, Here you go.
I'll be right there.
On June 25th, 2009,
Run, girl.
musician Michael Jackson supposedly died from a drug overdose. However, in the years since, many of his fans have claimed that the singer actually faked his death to escape the limelight. So, from a secret duet with Janet Jackson to the mysterious identity of Dave. Join us. And first, talking about Michael Jackson's supposed survival, it makes sense to discuss two of the most controversial and earliest videos allegedly proving the conspiracy. One, republished on the 25th of August, 2007, apparently shows Jackson leave the coroner van and walk away with a bodyguard. Take a look.
Whoa, make you go,
But
I know, I've seen it.
oh,
Still real might not, though. Yeah, man.
Wow.
sure.
Unfortunately, according to German private broadcasters, RTL, this video is a hoax, with the company claiming it was constructed to show how easy it is to spread rumors online.
Oh, yeah, right. That's a good
Some
picture of him.
commentators, though, have noticed that in the original video, the bodyguard's hand punches up right, whilst in the RTL reconstruction, it punches up left. To them, the reconstruction was fake to discredit evidence of Jackson's survival. Whatever the case, the other video comes from June 25th, 2007, the day of Jackson's death, when his body was flown to the LA County Coroner. This journey was covered live by numerous TV stations. Interestingly, some believe that at one point in the video, it looks as though Jackson's body bag moves, either simply shifting in place or actually standing up. Take a look.
Barely see it, but I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Some fans believe that this shows Jackson was in the body bag, but still alive, or that the bag was empty, instead moving due to strong winds, and that Jackson had already left LA. Is this really possible?
Anything's possible.
Possible.
Since Jackson's death, fans have analysed numerous interviews with his family members, looking for any slip-ups or mistakes. One of the most particularly interesting interviews came from Jermaine Jackson, Michael's brother. In the video, Jermaine clearly stated that the singer had been taken to the airport on the day of his death, before he quickly corrected himself and said hospital. Interestingly, a number of commenters from various forums and YouTube videos have claimed that the LAX airport was closed for 2 hours after Jackson's death. Others have even asserted that there was a heavy presence of security. Of course, though, none of this can be verified, and should therefore be treated with skepticism. Still, it adds further mystery to Jermaine's seeming slip-up. On October 3rd, 2015, Janet Jackson released her 11th studio album, Unbreakable. The album was recorded in early 2013 and dealt with her childhood, personal troubles, and the death of her brother. However, some fans theorized that Jackson actually appeared on one of the tracks. In the song The Great Forever, it sounds as though he and Janet are singing a duet, and though critics assume the other voice was hers, albeit with an artificially altered pitch, others believe the siblings secretly recorded together. Adding to this, at one point during the chorus, it sounds as if one of them says, "Don't believe Michael is dead." Take a listen.
Not too pleased with what you're thinking. I'm just busy living my life. Sources say the way you get it, don't create the truth you like. It might sound strange to you, but what you think it don't mean nothing at all. It doesn't change who I am. It doesn't change who I love. Living my life the way that I hope is leading me to the great forever. Well, choose what I'm doing, what I know. I'm trying to get to the great forever. Choose what I'm doing, what I know. I'm trying to get to it becomes crystal clear to love someone is divine, because hate will only divide. Ooh, bless you. Hey, 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 na 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 na, hey, na na.
Is it therefore possible that this is Jackson's secret message to his fans? Or is it Janet's homage to her brother's legacy? What do you think? Since Jackson's death, fans have been convinced that they've seen him in different disguises like the ones he used to wear in life. However, the most famous of these is Dave Dave. Dave Dave is a 33-year-old New Yorker born David Rothenberg. When he was 6 years old, his father poured fuel on his face and set him on fire. Sometime after, he and his mum visited Neverland, and David became friends with the singer. This friendship continued until the singer's supposed death, the relationship of which he discussed on CNN's Larry King Live. Strangely though, some viewers noticed, and continue to notice, that Dave Dave could have actually been Jackson in disguise. They've mentioned that his eyes, nose, mannerisms, and in particular, his voice, all bear similarity to the singer's. Take a look.
Joining us now here in Los Angeles, Miko Brando, who was with us almost every night after this untimely passing, longtime Michael Jackson friend attending the funeral, and Dave Dave. Yes, that's his name, Dave Dave. He was David Rothenberg. He was set on fire in 1983, suffered, as you can see, terrible scars. Michael Jackson befriended him and paid for a lot of his surgeries. Dave Dave is also attending the burial.
The visit to his Encino house was very impromptu, and it was kept a secret by my mother. And I had always been kind of a admirer of his, not a fan per se, but I always loved his music. And my mother surprised me one day and brought me up to Neverland. And I entered an arcade, and there were all these Paul McCartney records all over this, The Girl Is Mine, and, you know, this and that. And I remember sitting down, and at the time, my favorite video games, my favorite video game was Pole Position. And I was playing Pole Position, and I felt a little tap on my shoulder, and I turned around, and there was Michael. And you know what, Larry? At that moment, we embraced, and that embrace never ended throughout our whole entire friendship.
So that was 4 incredible clues that Michael Jackson is still alive. I hope you enjoyed it.
Anything is possible.
First one is the one I had not seen, that first one.
Yeah.
And the Dave's, I didn't buy that one at all. But that's the first one they showed.
I mean, anything is possible.
Absolutely. No questions asked.
I should be rich.
Oh, here's one. It's here's another one.
I don't think I got anything. I didn't do anything but sleep today, ladies.
You rested.
I worked. Oh,
I slept.
Here's these are glitches. Scary MK Ultra glitches. So,
Oh, yeah. I do have this.
hold on. I did this. One second.
First started in 1953, the CIA-sponsored MK Ultra involved the illegal experimentation of thousands of test subjects.
Without
These
their
participants were
consent.
hypnotized, heavily drugged, and tortured, all to see whether it was possible to manipulate and control a person's mental state, and as such create a program killer. However, before the project could fulfill its final ambition, it was shut down in 1973.
Never was.
Yet according to people like CIA analyst Victor Marchetti and MK Ultra survivor Kathy O'Brien, it still continues to this day. But instead of just regular people, various celebrities, news anchors, and politicians are all now under the CIA's control. So from off-air recordings of President Bill Clinton to the bizarre mannequin-like appearance of Jalen Rose. Join us.
That one freaked me out.
But
According to the MK Ultra theory, those who rule in the open, such as the US president, are merely puppets controlled by an entirely different order. One of these said puppets is former President Bill Clinton. In this unnerving off-air recording, Clinton is seen in a trance-like state, Further, he looks almost plastic and stiff, whilst his right eye appears hollow and black.
In covertly recorded off-air transmissions from the Bush-Clinton presidential election campaign in the 1990s, we can see that Bill Clinton was nothing more than a puppet to the puppet masters, which placed him in the White House. Bill Clinton's demeanor seems to be similar to a person who is under a hypnotic trance.
However, Clinton isn't the only politician said to be mind-controlled. In this clip, taken from a 1990s conspiracy documentary series, the crew conduct an interview with US Department worker Kent Weideman. Apparently, at one point during the interview, Kent's mind control is momentarily broken, leading to a brief but creepy moment on camera.
We have no evidence at this point that the Chinese government is engaged in any policy or in any actions aimed at wiping out the Tibetans, or in short, reflecting a policy of genocide either against the Tibetan people themselves or against their culture.
At one point in this interview, we see that his mind control programming breaks down.
What about self-determination for Tibetans?
However, apart from just videos of the mind-controlled, there is also supposedly footage of those responsible. In this infamous clip, Barbara Bush, wife of former President George W. Bush, urges people to vote for her husband. Similar to the other videos shown, she never blinks, while she constantly repeats the same message and phrase, a common trait of hypnosis.
Every single man, woman, and child in the state of South Carolina awakens to a freer, safer world because of George Bush. I would remind people that every single morning we all awaken to a safer, freer world because of George Bush. And Nicole, I would remind you and the people of Florence that all of us awaken every single day to a freer, safer world because of George Bush. They themselves awaken every single day to a freer, safer world because of George Bush.
Yeah, really, who don't blink?
Besides politicians, multiple Hollywood celebrities are believed to be under the influence of MKUltra. One in particular is R&B singer Kiki Wyatt. In this interview, her eyes seem to spasm and independently move on their own.
A lot of times you have to put emotions and business aside. You have to separate the two, and you don't know how to do that. So that's where I come in, and I keep your emotions, and I deal with your emotions over here.
Weird.
Oh, mercy.
What you told me on the emotion side into handling it in a professional manner, because sometimes it's hard for you to be professional.
Meanwhile, in this interview with Diane Sawyer, Britney Spears briefly breaks down and seems to transform into an alternate ego. Some viewers believe this transition is caused after Sawyer emphasizes the word spasms, to which Britney suddenly lifts up.
You've had a year that would test a lot of people. Illness in the family, a breakup, this spasm of publicity about what happened from Mexico to London.
It was pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strong Britney. Yeah, it was a weird time.
Strong Britney, she said.
Out of all supposed characteristics of mind control, the most prominent is a
Oh,
sudden...
yeah, that one. Wow.
An infamous example of this was NBC News anchor Al Rucker, who abruptly froze for at least 14 seconds. Interestingly, this started after his co-host said the phrase "Holy Ghost," which some believe to be a trigger word.
I'm Savannah Guthrie alongside Matt Lauer and Al Wilfer. Someone did it. The junior high dance. It's like this. You gotta make it real awkward.
That's exactly how you have to have a certain amount of distance between the bodies
exactly.
in your high.
Yes, like they say in Catholic school, leave room for the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there is a lot of memories today, actually. It's a big day in music history.
35 years ago today, Elvis Presley passed away, the king of rock and roll. And as Mark Cohn says in his great song, Walking in Memphis, there's a pretty little thing waiting for the king.
Meanwhile, whilst attending the latest basketball game, former player and now pundit Jalen Rose was caught looking paralysed. Rose, though, explained that he was simply focused on the game, yet his eyes never follow the ball, as you'd expect them to, nor does he even blink. However, the most creepiest video came during a segment of the sports show Inside the NBA. For seemingly no reason, analyst and fellow former basketball player Shaquille O'Neal remains frozen for over a minute.
That could only be the musical stylings of Victor Oladipo, who is the reigning two-time champion of the All-Star Weekend player talent show.
You are talented. I give you a little credit on that. A lot of credit. You're very talented. I mean, you're not a karaoke guy like me, but you can actually. You know they call me O'Brown Eyes, right?
As a matter of fact, you both have experience singing New York, New York. His was at the slam dunk contest. Yours was in Vegas.
Yes.
We had the show out there. Here's just a little sampling.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it in old New York. So I love to do karaoke. That's good, isn't it?
See those two mics back there?
You made up your own words. Wait, that was the word.
Not even breathing.
Stops
There's gonna be so many people disappointed about their favorite celebs or athlete, news reporter.
Yeah.
It's the same about it. You know, Diane saw and knew all about that stuff too.
Oh, they all know. They didn't. They're morons. But this Dark Matter, you need to check out this channel. I mean, it's got some really good stuff. I'm going to drop it in the link. There you are, Giggle.
I dropped a couple of links in private chat. Australia police apparently are done with this. It's about a minute long. It's good. And the second link goes with the title above it. A guy just, it's pitiful. You have to see this.
I know they were. Did you say they were chasing people down, giving them the vaccine?
Yeah, that's what they were going to do.
The jabberwocky?
Yeah. But in this case, they're suing back. They're standing up. The police are saying no, they won't do this.
They're not. They don't want to. They don't want to force anyone.
So did anybody hear from Mark?
No. Here we go.
Yeah, I've got 3 matters here. There's my ID. I'm an Australian lawyer, and I've got 2 crimes to report, and also a very important 6-page letter.
I've seen this a year ago.
70 whistleblowers from the New South Wales Police are blowing the whistle on.
Yeah, this is old. I've seen this a year ago.
I wonder how it's today on the.
Yeah, but they posted it today, but I've seen it a year ago. This started during the whole mask mandate and all that stuff. Yeah, it's old. It's old.
Oh yeah. So. I don't know about the next one, but I think not. But this, I
Let
feel
me look
so
at
bad.
it.
I feel that one's got closed captions, so you can.
No, this
see what
one is new. This one is new. I've seen this one today.
It's got closed captions, so if you don't want to play the words, you don't have to. But it's a little not spot on closed captioning.
Hold on. We're going to share. No, this one is new, but the other one was old.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I mean, we got it. If you don't know, you don't know. So, yeah, here we go. He's an actor from like The Sopranos, I think. What?
You ought to saw the video. It showed from. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so you've seen it?
I saw both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I just watched Tony Fauci and CNN and Fox tell me that people with the vaccine, vaccinated people, are now spreading the coronavirus. A couple of days ago, I was yes, I'm vaccinated. You get a little sticker. Yay, I'm vaccinated. Be a hero. Be vaccinated. I went from being a hero because I'm vaccinated, and now you motherfuckers are calling me a super spreader? I ain't no fucking super spreader. Figure this shit out.
There's not that many things, actually.
Yeah.
That's what I'm laughing at. That first video. Oh, I better go ahead and get it. Blah 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 blah.
They can't follow their own narrative. They don't know. So that's the fucked up
Did
part.
you hear about the Beetlejuice? Had pulled in all these people. You come and prove you are.
Yeah.
You this great big, concert and everything. Well, it happened. There was not one person anywhere, anyhow, near the place that was not Jabberwockied. Now it's being considered a major spreader. Just like the guy said. They were saying.
It's just something all them kids got to go somewhere, go to the beach, go have a good time, and all of a sudden they have to wear a mask again for school.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the new narrative. We're gonna laugh. So here's another JP.
Oh, good. I like JP.
He's funny.
And I need to laugh. I'm
I'm
going to go get another piece of bread.
All right.
I'm getting brave.
There we go.
All right, everyone. Welcome to our strategy session. We are the heroes that have been tasked with saving the world from the division and hate that have been plaguing it. But how are we going to do it? Well, I think with the problem of racism, we can solve it by teaching people that they're inherently bad based on the color of their skin, and also segregating people based on their skin color. Ooh, I like that. Like how now the NFL will be playing a black national anthem and a white national anthem before games. It's a good first step in creating more division. Yes, that's a great idea. So good. I'm not sure that's going to work. What do you mean? Well, I don't think what you're proposing is going to help racism because it is racism. You know, like what you're proposing is to judge a person based on their skin color, not the content of their character. Yeah? Well, that's the opposite of what Martin Luther King preached, which was to judge a person based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Oh, what? So you think just because you're a man, you can be educated? Yeah. Leave it to a white guy to bring up Martin Luther King. He's not white. I identify him as Korean. And you know Koreans know nothing about Martin Luther King. Look, what I'm doing isn't racism. I just don't think you're following me here. Like, what I'm saying is that certain racial groups are superior and other certain racial groups are inferior. Yeah, that's racism. You just said the definition of racism. Look, I've got it printed right here. I identify as illiterate, and it is hateful to try to get our community to read things. Literacy is racist. Quit being so hateful, man. I hate you because you're a man. See? That's the kind of love we need more of. Okay, moving on. What's your idea for helping the world? I am transgender and non-binary. Amazing. Thank you for your contribution. So you're transgender and non-binary? Mm-hmm. That's great, but did you know those are two opposite things? So you can't be both at the same time. How dare you? Well, no, I mean, you're obviously a great person, but what if we could stretch our minds into objective reality for just a second? Transgender means you identify as the opposite gender you were born as. And it means you're possibly willing to go through surgeries and hormone treatments because you identify as that gender so much. Yeah? And being non-binary means you don't identify as any gender. And you're saying you're both of these at the same time? Yeah? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Whoa, you're just attacking her because she's black. She's not black. Ask her. Are you black? I do identify as black. You'll never amount to anything because of your skin color. I don't think you're black. I'm a man now. You. Now I'm a woman. You go, girl. Realize your cisgender privilege clouds your reality. But if you would just stop overthinking things, you'd realize your objective reality should be based on my imagination. Does that make more sense now? I identify as you, and it makes sense to me. Great. I'm glad you understand. Okay, but how does what you said help the world in any way? Are you kidding me? Just because she's a woman, you don't think, man, now, I hate you. Woman again. Just because she's a woman, you don't think she's helping the world? You misogynistic pig. It's not because she's a woman. Oh, so it's because she's black? No. So it's because I'm non-binary? Look, clearly his misogynistic brain doesn't get it. But here's what I'm doing to help the world become a better place. I'm teaching women that it's disempowering to have children and raise a family. I hate the nuclear family, but that's the most powerful thing any person could ever do. And I simultaneously teach women that they can be empowered by going out and earning just as much money and achieving just as much status as a man. Love that. I'm both. Yes, Logic? You got a problem with that? So you want to empower women by getting them to think that their pathway to happiness is through money and status? Yes, exactly. Even though we all know that money and status can't make you happy, yeah, I think how you're trying to empower women disempowers women. I don't like all this racism. And what's your point? I don't think that actually works. It doesn't work? Can't you see my rage that I push these ideas forward with? That means I thought them through. So of course they work. Why are you homophobic? I'm not homophobic. I bet you wouldn't be afraid to be phobic if she was white. She is white. Racists think everyone's white. Your masculinity is toxic. What? You were racist. No, I'm not. I bet you would be if she was white. I love your Korean heritage. I'm not Korean. Is that because you hate Koreans? Or just Korean women? Or just trans Korean women? Neither. My testicles itch. Wait. What if we teach that all babies are born racist, transphobic, and they hate women? I love it. That's so true. I feel like more of a victim already. I don't understand why babies are born with so much hate. We should mandate abortions. Stop it. Just wait a minute. Now I think you're all good people with good intentions, and I love you all. But I think the way you're going about trying to help the world is hurting the world, creating more division. And I think your efforts have been fueled by emotion, rage, and reactivity. But if you guys just think things through, use some logic, I think you can come up with a set of actions that will genuinely help the world. Because underneath your emotional hostility, I think you're all smart people that can come up with some good ideas. You think we're smart? Yes. Really? Yes. Do you have any idea how uninclusive that is to the mentally impaired community? Mental impairment is rooted in racism. You clearly think he's smart just because he's a man. I identify as mentally challenged. As a white man, you need to realize how you've oppressed her. You should be ashamed of yourself. I identify as blind and I'm deaf now. Oh my, you've lived your whole life like this? What? I can't hear you. Adversity. It's been so hard. First, white people stole your vision, and then they purposely made you deaf all this time. Never want to any of this. And men took your hearing. It's not going to be okay at all. You're so Yeah. We'll shoot the break.
What am I going to teach him to do that?
We're so
Nothing else must have taken a week to film.
cracking up.
He is hilarious.
How did you like identity politics hair?
I like that one.
I identify as a vaccinated person, so they can. If they knock on my door, I identify as one. How dare you say I'm not?
I mean, is what you think. Do you think they're going to come around to all the states or just the red states and try to force vax everybody under that new ruling?
Well, it's definitely going to be a blue state. They're not going to come to they're not going to dare come to a red state because people in the red states, something like Texas, will fucking shoot them before they even get 4 feet on their property.
That's true. I hadn't thought about that. But they
Knock
are
on my door. You better have a reason.
Yep.
I do have a peephole. And if I have to, I can point that little gun of mine in that peephole.
I saw something where somebody was thinking
Seen
that
that in the movie once.
all of those bananas that are blue bananas that have been coming in were going to be the new guards, etc., of all the camps that we might go to.
Sure.
Or the UN. I don't think they even care anymore.
Who's to say that any of this is real? Who's to say this is all pre-recorded and then, it's just nothing. It's make-believe. It's just trying to cause hysteria and panic.
It's FF.
So.
What'd you say, Vicky?
It's all FF.
It's an FF.
It's all to take it off the
Ohio said he posted a video. I don't know.
The things that
somebody grab it for me, and so because I can't grab things off of chat. Ohio, by the way, you are now a mod.
I'll get it.
Thank you, darling.
Then we thought, okay.
Did Ace want to grab it? Ace, if you want to grab it, you're more than welcome to grab it.
They said this all to just take off the focus off of Arizona and other states.
Ace, put it in.
Good job,
Hey,
Ace.
Guardian, how you doing, darling?
Yeah, this is all to take the focus off of Arizona and other states. They say Georgia.
Pennsylvania went. Pennsylvania. I saw the numbers today for Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
64 for Trump percent.
They said Georgia is worse
more than that,
than
actually.
Arizona. They were saying Georgia was worse than Arizona. I go, that's nice.
Here we go.
I know what this is, and in spite of it, those are pretty colors. Right through his head.
Colonel, you better take a look at this radar. What is it, son? I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant stick. Take a look out of starboard. Oh my God, it looks like a huge.
Pecker! Oh, yeah. Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's. Pirates! We have reports of an unidentified.
You won't get copyrighted, will you?
It is a long.
I'm looking. I'm watching it.
Complete with two balls. What is that? That looks just like an enormous. Wang! Pay attention.
I was distracted by that enormous flying.
Willie. Yeah. What's that? Well, it looks like a giant. Johnson. Yes, sir. Get on the horn to British intelligence. Let them know about this.
My goodness.
Oh, sir, he got away in that rocket that looks like a huge
Penis, the male reproductive organ, also known as tallywhacker, schlong, or
Wiener? Any of you kids want another wiener?
Dad, what's that?
I don't know, son, but it's got great big nuts. Hot, salty nuts. Who wants some? Lord Almighty.
That looks just like my husband's.
One-eyed monster. Step right up and see the one-eyed monster.
Hey, what's that? It looks like a big...
Woody. Woody, can I have your autograph?
Sure, no problem. Oh, my Lord. Look at that thing.
So big.
I've seen bigger. That's just a little prick.
Sir, Dr. Evil's not bluffing. One of our satellites is falling out of orbit. Which one? It's the one that looks like a pair of...
Melons! Big, juicy melons!
Are they nice and firm?
Well, what do you think?
Look at that. It looks like a set of giants.
You're like, how we doing? We're back! Yeah! Yeah!
Check it out. Those remind me of
Boobs.
Boobs, Ozzy.
These filmmakers are just boobs.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, they're using the same joke as they did in the last Austin Powers movie.
Joke.
You know, joke about the long, smooth rocket that looks like some guy's.
Johnson. Yes, sir.
Any sign of that satellite?
No, sir. It's gone.
That's funny. I didn't get one. That's pretty cool.
That takes, I can't even comprehend the amount of ability that takes.
Whoever did it, somebody knew movies.
Oh, that's true.
I used to know movies. I watched movies over and over. I could watch them 100 times.
Okay.
I can't even tell you how many times I've seen Jesus of Nazareth. That was one of my faves.
That's a good movie.
Immortal Beloved. I've seen that probably 100 times, 150 times. I've seen Lord of the Rings about 70 times. I've seen Star Wars about 85 times. I've seen, I mean, you name it. I studied movies. I could quote them. Dancing with Wolves, Shamanito Tanka Oachime. You know, it's like I didn't even knew all the languages and stuff, you know. But it's what we do. We put it in our heads. So we compartmentalize, don't we?
Yeah.
That's why we're awake.
Let me tell you, okay, this is what I just thought of. It's weird. I don't know why, but okay. I used to watch Channel 3, well, CBS. That's what we, you know, and I used to watch
3 channels.
The Talk. Huh?
Yeah. When we used to have only 3 channels.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I used to watch The Talk, CBS, and then when Julie Chen's husband, remember, got in trouble. He got in trouble doing something. I don't know what. Because she only went by Julie Chen. But then when something about with her husband did something, she goes to Julie Chen Moonves, whatever his name is, Moonves. And she was also a talk show host on The Talk, but she was also on the Big Brother, that show Big Brother. But she quit. She quit The Talk, and now she's only doing Big Brother because that was her baby because she's been doing it for 20 years. But anyway, I just thought it was kind of funny how, and this has been a couple years. This has been like since 2006, 2016, 17, 18, 20. Yeah, when Mr. 45 was put in office.
Mm-hmm.
This happened right around that time, or right after, sometime. Anyway, that's just kind of interesting. I don't know why I want to say something about it, but that just kind of, you know.
I never watched that Big Brother.
Because he's CBS, you know. He's mainstream media, or, you know, who's in charge of CBS. Moonves, I don't know his first name.
Yeah.
I never watched that, Big Brother. I don't even know what it was about.
Do you ever remember the movie Dune?
I think so.
We'll just watch the prophecy part of it right now.
Big Brother's just a bunch of group of people that don't know each other that live in a house.
Yeah.
They don't have no connection, no TV, no nothing.
Watch this.
Anyway.
Oh, now I remember. It's taken that long, but I got it.
The beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen.
Yay, Ohio!
Who have long held a prophecy that a man would come.
Oops.
Who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as Dune.
Arrakis. Desert planet.
One will come, the voice from the outer world.
Look familiar?
The sleeper must awaken. One drop of rain on Arrakis.
I was told he was cute.
Could he be the one? Maybe. Call me Muad'Dib. Father, I promise one day the sleeper will awaken.
What do you call the mouse shadow in the second moon?
We call that one Muad'Dib. The dream unfolds. Arrakis. Dune.
desert planet. Your time has come. Father, the sleeper has
The spice.
Right.
The spice extends life. What the heck is that spice? It's a red spice.
Can we say C movie?
A-list. The A chromium.
You know what? I just always thought people had really good.
In the
big
Bible,
imagination.
did it say something about Muad'Dib? Muad'Dib. Yeah, it was. Isn't that a good name?
You're losing me with that.
And Nebuchadnezzar from the Matrix was in the Bible.
By that name or by that person?
Nebuchadnezzar. The Nebuchadnezzar in the Matrix was the ship they were on.
And what is it in the Bible?
And 1 second, Giggles keeps dropping out.
Giggles, hang out. Don't leave us like that so often.
My daggum internet. It gets on my nerves, but then I might push the button a couple times, but I'll have it tonight.
I'm just giving you a hard time. I know those things, and you're way, way, way beyond me there.
Hold on, let me find it. 1 second.
Silver Girl, I saw you were in Preston's chat over there.
Yeah, I had to do something. I couldn't sleep anymore, and I had to do something. And then I went over, and poor Zach was trying to have a live, and he didn't have anybody.
Oh,
everybody, because everybody was on.
Who was it?
And so, then right before I got there, this one guy that is almost always there showed up. I just was early, I guess, and so I popped up because the other dude was, let's say, I don't think he could have walked real straight, and he was trying to do the whole show with Zach, and so I hopped up there. That's where I was when I got your text. But by then they had another person up, so I was getting ready to get off anyway.
The Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible was King Nebuchadnezzar.
Right.
And that was the ship and the other thing. So they're even using the biblical names.
Yeah, because they mirror everything. And
those
that's what
of us aren't biblical scholars don't remember.
Right. Because no one knows their history because we're all indoctrinated and lazy.
What do you...
They
want that blood type. They want a certain blood type. Not necessarily.
Race is negative. It's a rare one. My friends have it. So, and they date each other and they both have the same blood type.
And why do they want that blood type?
I don't know.
Something about closest to their royalty.
Yeah.
Royalty or God, not closest to the God line. They aren't looking for that because I would hope, and behaving the way they are.
No, reptilian.
Yeah. The alien.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I just knew they were after a blood type. Is that
It's both negative.
I'm wondering why the coof doesn't like O positives very much.
Well, I mean, it's so. What I understand was my ex, because he's from Scotland. People from European descent, they're majority of them are rhesus negative. That's the European one.
Okay.
But
Weird. That should be negative then. What the hell?
but a woman who is rhesus negative, but if she has a child with someone who's positive,
Yeah,
you can only have one.
If you get a successful one.
Right. That's if you can even conceive that one.
Right. And carry.
But if you're negative and you're with a negative person, you don't have to worry about it. You can have as many as you want.
And positive or no problem.
Did you change your name, Angela?
Yeah, you see my new picture?
Tootsie?
That was taken at the skating rink, that picture.
Oh my, how old were you there?
I was probably
16?
It's probably in my 30s. No,
you were about 16 there. You look how young you were.
Who's you?
Well, you're young now, but
I don't really remember how old I was in that picture. I really don't remember. But it was taken at the skating rink. I just thought it was
congrats, Ohio. Mike,
Trying to be
thank you. Congrats to waking your wife up. That's awesome. He's on my Telegram. He's posting some bombs.
I did finally tell my husband and I were talking yesterday about we need to stock up. He kind of got to that point yet. I said, I've heard about 10 people talking about, 10 different people about stocking up.
Oh, he brought it up?
No, I did. I said, we're going shopping tomorrow. We haven't been grocery shopping together. I don't even remember. Except Costco.
Girl, Ohio wants to know your YouTube channel. See, I'm telling you, you need to get your own channel. You wrote your own book. You need to have your own channel, too.
Yep, do your own video.
I've got to write the second book first, ladies. It's the most important one.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to be in your book? Huh?
Actually, I may ask for a survey on here once in a while.
Yeah.
Ohio, you're in trouble.
No, I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have anything.
She's got a YouTube channel. She just don't have videos on it.
Right.
Like
me. I don't have it.
I don't have anything.
I don't have a channel, but I don't have any videos.
How you doing? You're muted there, remote. You're muted.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I had to unmute my YouTube or mute my YouTube. Sorry. Good to see you, gals. How are you? Tut tut tut. Say goodbye.
You have a video.
Welcome.
You have a video.
That's a hard one.
So we were
Well, have you remote viewers?
or something.
I love you too, Angela.
Watch his set and
Times a trillion and zillion.
and just
You're well loved, Roma. Well loved.
his honest to God,
Well,
his soul was
how
just
could it?
amazing.
How could it be hard to
And
be
see
loved when
him
I get to hang out with
close his
beautiful
eyes and
folks
just
like
get
you
lost in his
guys?
playing.
Remote. You've got something playing in the background.
Oh,
But in '82, Roy opened for us. So we did moving pictures and things were really.
There you
Not-
go.
Yay, you got it. Now it's back.
Things were really.
I apologize.
It's back.
You got it.
What happened?
Now it's back.
Things were really.
I apologize.
It's back.
You got it.
I
What you watching there, remote?
What's going on? Oh wait. Okay.
You got it.
What was you watching?
Well, I turned it off and then I went back. It was still on.
Oh.
YouTube. So I was thinking, what else was it? I should have just gone back there, but I had a couple.
Yeah, they keep doing that to me too. They wouldn't let me post my link for about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Thanks for letting me know you were coming on.
They hid my channel for a while. They keep, they buried my channel because they didn't like the word patriotic.
No. Yep.
What a horrible word.
I know. You're gonna go straight to hell.
Are you kidding me? You know
And my
you're in
sister-
trouble when, right?
Hey,
Patriotic.
Remote, you were a nurse. My
Yep.
sister's been a nurse for like 45 years. So I call my mom
35 years for me.
and she basically, I was talking to my mom because she's got Alzheimer's, she's got dementia. And so my sister's like, gets on the phone. She's like, I can't get mom to tell you, to relay this message the right way because she can't get it, And she's like, oh, her son can't come and visit this week because he's got the variant.
Yeah, very this.
So I said, what? I said, what variant? And she goes, oh, the COVID variant. I said, how can they have a variant when they can't even isolate the COVID itself? And she was like, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going to argue with you. And ended the conversation.
Well, yeah, you can't. You can't argue with me. So bye-bye.
Yeah. They won't believe me. They're like, she's like, well, you didn't, it's basically you didn't go to college. You don't know what you're talking about.
We've done the research, Skippy, and you haven't.
And she won't. But I'm invalidated because I don't have that degree behind my name like she does. So I have God behind me.
Amen. That's all you need.
Yep. I've been praying. It's like
God's got your back.
Yeah. We're one of the
carry on as Jesus
144,000.
would do.
We're one of the 144,000.
Amen.
So, yeah.
I started
So how you
watching. I started watching Liberty Warrior because of you. Because you're always on Liberty Warrior remote.
Well, I love you, Vicky.
What
And
the hell?
Angela and Silver Girl. Like, these are my girls right here.
Yep. Did you see that it snowed
Love
in
you
Brazil?
more. Love you more.
We're the American girls.
I gotta hear them.
Hey, Remote, did you see that it snowed in Brazil yesterday?
What? Are you serious?
It went to
What?
0 degrees and it snowed a foot in Brazil.
Well,
yesterday.
probably in the mountains.
God.
Yeah, that would make sense if it
No.
got that temperature. No?
Not at this time of year.
Oh, wow.
Not this time of the year. It's the first time in Brazil, just normal, like Rio de Janeiro area.
Don't
It
you know
does-
them people freeze their butt off?
It's
They're
first time
flirting
in
with our weather bad, you guys.
10,000 years. First time in 10,000 years.
Guardian.
Nothing to see here, though.
They got to switch out their bikinis for a fur coat. Mhm.
They're messing with our weather really badly right now. There is a spiritual war going on, and it is at very least kinetic when you realize that some planes and helicopters and stuff like that have gone down, and there's been storms that have done damage and that were created by HARP and weather systems like this. So we are in the shizzle right now. We need to hold on, keep praying. Pray incessantly, in fact. Unceasingly.
I always thought the Bermuda Triangle was bogus, but now I do not know. I doubt it.
You fast?
What?
Do any of y'all fast?
I'll be honest and say no.
No, I haven't.
No, me either. Except I don't eat, so.
Need to. I mean,
I have to eat first thing in the morning or I'm in trouble. So
No, you're diabetic. So.
Yeah.
no, I'm not diabetic. I'm just
Oh, no.
hypoglycemic.
Oh, well, that's what I am, hypoglycemic. I'll start going, and then my mind goes elsewhere,
Yeah,
I use
ACEs,
it up too efficiently.
that's one of the things that ACEs alerts on. ACE alerts on that for me.
I notice that a lot of it too with people who are empathic or have the hypoglycemia. Majority of them do.
What you got when you were? Something just went flying through my brain.
I hope it
Empathic
has great.
sweet enough without sugar.
Okay, what? There are people out there, Liberty Warriors doing his support people thing, and there have been people getting prepped and keeping, that kind of thing, and encouraging, go talk to the people at your schools and go out there and feet on the ground type thing. What about if we had a third of the people doing nothing but praying all the time, getting together, saying prayers, sharing different prayers, different religious ways you would ask for things, but getting religions in there. Yeah, I know I don't like them either, but even including religions, like my best friends from college, Southern.
We need to include everyone because there's been too much division.
And it would have to be, you can't divide. You're here to say prayers and to share your prayers with everybody else for the country, but mainly against the evil. Not even for specific things, but just evil go away.
Even Jesus, yeah, it does. I mean, even Jesus, said that he's leave the separation for him. It's like, the fishers, like, when he was, talking, remember the Chosen where he's like, I need to talk in your boat, and he's like, fisherman, what does it and net do? And he's like, it gathers. And he's like, that's what you do. We gather people up. The sorting will be done later.
If we just got a bunch of people who wanted to really, really do whatever, and an hour a day, 2 hours a night, whatever, and just do nothing but as a group do praying to remove the evil and the demons and the reptiles and anything else you can think of, and from coming at all of the good people in the world.
There are people out there everywhere doing that.
Are they?
Yes, there's people are getting together. There's a group called with Delora. She used to work for Kim Klimek. She's getting together something called The Gathering.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And there's other people that she does a prayer with. She gets together with other people and gets prayer as well. There's a lot of people out there praying.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently not enough if I didn't know about it.
Well, still things going to happen in God. Who knows? And now, yeah, we know that. God's probably working and we don't see it until when we need to see it the most. That's what I'm praying.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have to pray, you pray and you pray in your prayer closet and you have your communion with God. And then they say someone said something about fasting, but I mean,
you've got to do that from your heart.
Yeah.
Just because you don't fast doesn't mean God does not hear you.
I know.
Shall we gather at the river?
If we fast, it does do something. I can't remember what they call it. When you do fast and then you pray, and it's supposed to, be like a sacrifice kind of sort of to just, to fast like that,
Sacrifice from food. But you're supposed
to. You can do it with
eat.
everything. You can do it with, like you can fast not drinking Coke, or you can fast by not eating candy.
I quit smoking. I fasted on smoking, so I did fast.
So, you can fast and just different things.
And celibacy. I've been celibate for over a year and a half.
Yeah, I mean,
I wish it was only a year for me.
And I don't eat pork. That's another sacrifice.
Right. Yes. Yep.
3.5 years.
Yep.
I haven't eaten McDonald's in like 12 years.
Yep. See, I mean, all those are could be considered, fasting.
Yeah.
But some do it, just like they'll just drink water for, whatever days or something like that for a couple of days, and then
That's basically what Lent is.
Yeah. Lent. Yeah. That's why in New Orleans they have Mardi Gras. It's the day before Lent, so it's basically get all your sins done the day before, because you have to give it up for the next couple of weeks.
That's almost dumb.
I mean, but I mean that's what it originally turned out, but then it's just a reason to party.
Yes.
So I mean, I literally lived in New Orleans during Mardi Gras. I lived there for 4 years. The first year you're like, ooh, Mardi Gras, and then after that you're done with Mardi Gras. I mean, all it takes is 1 year, and you're like, oh gosh, because streets get shut down. You can't get home. You can't get a cab. You can't cross the street. Literally, I was trying to get home.
If you're home or you're home, you can't get out.
And it brings a crime wave to town.
Well, there's a crime wave always there. There's always a crime wave. So, when I lived there, it was a murder capital of the world. Now it's Chicago.
Did you remember in Atlanta they did the Freaknik?
A what?
A what?
It was a big black college thing called Freaknik.
No.
They stopped it because a lot of rapes. It brought a lot of crime to Atlanta.
Well, I mean, Key West has Fantasy Fest, and that brings a lot of crime. Anything, that they say is a good thing, which I just heard on the radio today because I just wanted to see what was, going on. And apparently the new thing is the Lollapalooza concert.
Oh,
that they is mandatory masking because of the variant. You can't go into the Palooza without a mask. So they're going back to that thing again.
All state employees in Oregon are now masked.
Yeah, they have to have one. And they're making all federal employees mandated Jabberwocky.
Well, all VA, is it all federal? Because I saw VA. Okay,
all federal employees have to have the Jabberwocky.
And
they have to wear masks on top of it. So.
That's what I'm saying. People are about to stop for this. This is ridiculous.
I don't think so, Vicki. I don't think so. It is irritating me beyond belief because I don't know. I want to go out there and grab somebody by the shoulders and shake them and say, wake up.
No, this is their choice. I mean, it says in the Bible, there will be those who will listen and those who will not. They are not the ones who are waking up. They are not the chosen.
But what about the rest of us?
What I'm going to do? I don't know if I'm chosen.
We are there to bring them to. We are there to save their souls. We're there to, wake the ones we can.
Yeah, that's true. I just wanted to be so.
I mean, they lined up for this without any research whatsoever, without any knowledge whatsoever of what's even in it. I mean, they have no clue.
It's just
all they were told is that they don't.
I saw that video. Was you that posted the video about the 5G and everybody started passing out?
Not me.
It might have been her.
I've seen that. It was on Telegram.
Yeah,
I've seen it. So
we
have to be careful. Like that video that Silver Girl showed. That was from a year ago. I seen it a year ago. So it actually came out right around the time of the November 3rd. So.
Not all of them tell you previously posted dates. Some people are good about that. Others are not. For me, I watch all those protests,
Misinformation can be necessary, though.
all of that stuff that's going on everywhere else. And here we sit, and you know what we're going to see? We're going to see BLM and Antifa out there tearing our towns down as protests. We're not going to see nice walking down the street protests, orderly, nonviolent protests by us saying we've had enough.
Silver, they've all returned to their basements. They got people crossing the border that are trained military-aged men.
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah.
With haircuts that indicate such.
Oh,
as soon as I saw it, my mind was blown. I knew exactly what was going on. All these places where the UN vehicles are, and they find out, oh, we just got a UN substation here. Well, all those people are going to get jobs there.
And did you see Rage's thing today, Remote?
Yes.
That one blew my mind. I didn't know Google to do it that well. But that's the other place people think that they're going to go. So we all know that. So what's going to stop it?
Do you remember that place in Tennessee that got blown up that day where there was a RV there?
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
My hometown. I do remember my hometown got blown up.
So when you put that in there and you would find that building, it was blocked out on satellite photos. Blocked out because it was a CIA building or NSA actually.
It was an AT&T building that was it was disguised as an AT&T building because of that.
Exactly. They're always utilities, right? And when they come to when you get a raid, they're always in utility trucks. Or, if they want to catch up to you quietly.
But, I don't know how it's going to stop if we're the only ones that's not standing up for the good side.
Right.
I think that with those people coming in, the way they're bringing them in, at the numbers they're bringing them in, and their haircuts and all indicating some training, their bodies look like they're well trained, strong. I also think some of them may be MK.
Don't you think that Mr. T and his team know this?
They know it, but they can't get them. There is no indication by anybody that
they're not in a position to stop it.
Feel that way. You know what they're saying? They're saying that we have to. People have to wake up more by doing this. People are waking up.
Not many. They don't think they do anything bad. These people think that these guys are coming over because they want to be here because we're such a great socialist country. Not because they're coming over here to do damage to us. And I think that is their intent. I think that is the liberal side's army to combat our military.
Oh, here's a good meme, by the way.
You have to remember this. God knows, Silver Girl.
I just wanted to say a thing about the C to the V. It's the longest something made in China has ever lasted. True that. Everything made in China breaks. That's why they.
But I'm not sure this was made there.
Oh well.
I
fabricated.
think
Fabricated.
No, North or
My
South.
mom was always worried about her China.
Yeah, I've got some. You know me and my Asian collection. I mean, I've got kimonos. I've got Asian robes. I've got my Asian dolls. I've got plates, chopsticks, fans, teacups, tea sets. Statues.
You like the Asian culture. You just don't like the communism.
I mean, who does like communism? Except for liberals, brain-dead liberals who have no idea what oppression really is. To them, oppression is that mommy, daddy telling them no when they're 40. Sorry.
Communism
I have
means
no
there's an
filter.
oligarchy, and that's the 1% controlling the rest. And that's not what I want in my country. No, thank you.
I
There's a
mean, but
lot of
literally,
people.
these brain dead little kids who have them, the mommy and daddy can't say no to them, give them everything they want. They have no responsibility. They're 45 years old and they're still living in their parents' basement. 30% of them is because they're addicted to pain pills or whatever else they could get their hands on. They have no responsibility. Literally, I mean, it's just like, I mean, their oppression is basically mommy and daddy told me no. Literally, I had my friend that my 20-year awake person, his girlfriend's daughter is in therapy because her mom threw out her favorite doll when she was a little girl because it was broken and would have hurt her because it was porcelain. Her mom threw out her doll because it was a safety hazard, and now she's in therapy.
It meant a lot to her.
Because her mother is such a mean lady who told her no.
That reminds me. When my daughter was little, smaller, and she had this we bought her a panda at Atlanta Zoo because there was having Panda Week. It was a cute little panda, and it's called the Fluffy Bottoms. And Rebecca loved that panda. Her daddy got so mad at her. He just threw it right in the garbage. Never saw it again. She stopped that crap after that.
But I mean, literally, that I asked her, because her and her daughter fight like they're like, oil and water constantly. And I was like, "What is your daughter's problem?" Well, she says that I'm such a horrible mother, that I've oppressed her, that her getting her college degree during, while she was growing up was basically neglect.
What? Getting the college degree was
Because she didn't give her full attention, and the fact that she didn't like her boyfriend because he was awake and she didn't agree with his awakeness. So to him, she was like the worst of the worst, And it's just, I mean, it's illogical.
How much she needed her ass whooped.
I mean, like, I said, so why is she, and she's like, oh, because I threw her favorite doll away because it was a safety hazard. And she's never forgiven me for that. And
anything ever happened to her?
I told her no too many times, and because I didn't break up with my boyfriend because she didn't like him.
I wonder if anything ever happened to that girl's secret, and that's her way of lashing out.
There is no rationality. There's no common sense. Logic does not exist. It does not compute. If these people had common sense and had critical thinking, we would not be in the mess we are in right now. And that's not a judgment. That's clearly an observation because it's fact. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just stating the obvious. Yep. I don't judge anybody. And as far as people wearing those face diapers and getting a pokey poke, go right ahead. If you want to do it, I'll pray for you. That's all I can do.
Yep, just don't make me do it.
Follow the money.
Just like, I mean, I'm wasting my breath. They won't listen. I'm not going to waste my breath because words have power. If I'm talking to someone who's a brick wall, I'd rather not waste those words and use my voice in prayer.
Yep.
You don't want to listen to me? I'm done talking. But I'm not done praying, but I'm done talking.
Yep.
As far as my family's concerned, they don't want to hear me. They don't believe me. I'm not validated in their minds. So
Bring a prayer.
Shit.
Well, I hope, what I'm hoping, because if schools are going to go back to wearing masks again, that my church doesn't. Because he already said we don't have to if we didn't want to.
We're all done with this.
I know. I'm not. If it gets back to that thing again, I'll go to the woods. If I can't afford my apartment, I've got a bug. I'm bug out's gone. Bug out's ready. I'll put my cats on a couple of leashes. Get Mo too. We'll figure something out.
Yep.
I told my husband, I said, if they come around you and try to give you the Jabberwocky, I said, I hope you refuse it because it's nothing but poison. Mind control poison, then you could die.
Amen.
I'm not going to take that. I
Amen.
don't think he would because he doesn't ever take the flu shot. Never has.
I've studied this up the yin yang, sister, and you're absolutely right. This is a pesticide being used against the human people.
Everything's been a pesticide used against American people.
But this is
everybody all over the world.
But this is the tip-top be and all.
This is the final blow. This is the final blow.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, just like when you watch, someone who I used to watch the before I was awake, I'd watch a lot of serial killers and because I wanted to know what could make a person just be that evil. What happened, because I wanted to understand, the psychology of it, because no child is born evil.
No.
None. And they're made. All serial killers have been made.
Born innocent.
All people have been made. They've been programmed. They've been programmed and they get activated. Like in the movies, they show you because it's exactly what they're doing. They can activate you at any time unless you're awake. If you're not awake, you are definitely you are a danger and you are a puppet and you are basically still in the Matrix.
Do you remember that movie, Children of the Dam?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That was some creepy ass show.
That was really creepy. And it was done a couple of times.
Everything in the movies they've already done.
Village of the Damned.
Oh.
Village of the Damned. That one clicks.
Everything that they have in the movies is already available or beyond. They have technology we've never even can imagine.
You want to see
can't even imagine it because there's things that it's not what they show you that you really have to worry about. It's what they don't that you have to worry about.
What they don't show you or tell you, which is everything they've been doing for a very long time.
Why all these mass, FF everywhere
from China that have the
distracting you from? What are they distracting you from? It does say because it's mirroring. They're making fun of the scripture. So, don't let the right hand know what the left hand is doing. They're mirroring scripture, so people think it's normal.
Remote just shared something, and I don't know if he realizes it, but it looks like the guy's wearing a mask. Did you notice that, Remote? That meme you just shared in private chat, it looks like he's got a mask on.
Yeah. Well, if you I'll show you something.
Hi, Ed.
Hey.
Hi, Ed.
I didn't get no notification for you.
Hey, Ed.
You make sure that you hit the bell.
I couldn't sleep, so I got back on the computer.
All right. I'm going to show you something here. All right. Here's something. If you take a $20 bill, right?
Pipping is Angela, by the way. Giggles is pipping tonight.
Yeah.
Hey,
Pipping
Ed.
Longstocking is Giggles is Angela.
I
If
changed my
you
name
take
a couple
a $20
times.
bill and you fold it in half,
I've seen this. It's freaky.
if you look at Thomas Jefferson, it looks like he's got a diaper on his face.
Yes.
And it says 2020.
Ooh.
Does that not just send chills down your throat?
Yeah. That's just crazy.
Yeah. If you take, I don't have a 50. If I had a 50, I'd show you the other thing that's really freaky. If you take,
Looks like Ken's back on live again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you take a, I think it's a 5, a 10, a 20, and you fold it a certain way, you can see the progression of the towers, because they changed the money.
Right.
I think it was a couple of years. It was like 2017.
Yeah.
But
the
not 2017. It was 2007 or something like that. It was like 3 or 4 years before the thing went down. They changed the money. The next thing you know, I mean, it was they were showing you what the whole plan was ahead of time. It's 97, I think it. Yeah, it's 1997. They changed the money.
I can't remember the year, but I've
But
seen.
So this has been around.
I had not seen the mask one. That one I had not seen.
Yeah. So, and if you take a 20, here's another thing. If you do the back, just to show you the back, you take your 20 and you fold it reverse, and then you do it this way. Hold on. Do it in half. You make like a little half plane, where it's even.
Make yourself bigger, Angel, so we can see.
All right, I'm gonna. This right here, you can see the towers.
Yes.
And then if you do it the other way.
Oh, wow.
You watching it?
Yeah.
All right. We do it the opposite way. We get it back where it's even. You get the pentagon.
You get the what?
Pentagon.
Oh. Wow.
So.
And that's before it happened.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 years beforehand.
That's crazy.
So they have
what's
to do
the purpose
everything
of
they're
them doing
doing.
that?
They have to. It's mandated from God that Satan has to tell you. He cannot hide anything.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. They're not hiding on what they're doing now.
They cannot interfere with free will, but they cannot hide anything.
They're still hiding.
They can't make us, but they cannot. But they can lie to us. They can trick us, but
They're
they can't.
deceiving.
Right. They can deceive you, but they cannot, they can't interfere with free will. You have to accept it. You have to go and do it yourself. These people, they're choosing this. That's their decision.
Right.
But you don't.
All I can do is pray for them. I can't, it's not my place to judge them. That's just between them and God now. So,
But the thing about it is, stop and think about this. In 1993, they were making money forecasting 2021. No, whatever I meant to say. You know what I'm trying to say. And what are they doing now that we 20, 30 years down the road would be able to look back at and say they're telling us in 2021, they're going to do this in 2025. What's out there right now that's telling us what they're going to do in the future that we might could stop?
Right.
Rhetorical question.
Prayer stops a lot of stuff.
Does it make you mad that it was there and we didn't see it?
No, but it's not that that we didn't see it. I mean, we didn't understand that you know, when you don't see the indoctrination. It's invisible. You
I
know,
think
we
everybody
feel
who
it,
ever came out with the
but I
truth.
mean, I don't think any of us were fully asleep, because if we were, we'd still be one of them sheeple. But you know, it's the fact that we are empaths, and we can see the best in people, even when they can't see it in themselves.
True.
But
just remember all the people who did come out with it. Guess what? They got suicided.
True.
But I mean, you can't fault yourself because you didn't know. There's a difference between stupidity and ignorance.
Well, there's knowing, and then I think the piece that I missed all along was that the evil was like a cloud or a demon. It wasn't that this one particular person was evil or that person was evil. It's that evil is an entity of its own, and it gets in people.
You've never remember the Coal Miner's Daughter, the movie?
Oh, yeah, you remember where I grew up.
My favorite line in that movie is, "I may be ignorant, but I ain't stupid."
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't mean that, you know, just because she's uneducated does not mean that she's a stupid person.
Oh no, Loretta was not stupid lady. No way was Loretta.
But she may be ignorant to the ways of the world, but she ain't stupid. That's what that meant. You know, I may be ignorant as far, you know, when I was younger, you know, I was ignorant to the ways of the world, which means you're ignorant to the evil. You know it's there, but you know that doesn't mean that, you know, like my sister saying to me, just because I didn't go to college, that I shouldn't, you know, that I should just shut up because I don't know what I'm talking about. I may be, you know, as far as you're concerned, I may be ignorant, but I'm not stupid. And don't talk to me like I'm stupid. That's what pisses me off, is that it's not the fact that we didn't know. It's just the fact that they think that people are that stupid to figure it out on their own. You know, people, I mean,
for me, the people that are truly got the evil in them, they're just demonized, and they got Satan living in them, and there's no soul and no heart and all that jazz. Okay, those people I got. What about your sisters, your brothers, my nephews, my closest friend? They are not people doing the evil. They are not. I know that they are not the people out there.
Amen.
Amen. Doing actual stuff, but they don't see it. Why?
Well, my brother's not evil. He's far from it.
Right. What is it that it is? Is it the ones who are not evil that we're trying to wake up but can't? Why is it that they can't see it? Has evil got them somehow, but yet they don't act out in ways that would indicate evil?
Well, it said in Revelation that we're gonna. It's an upside down world, and people will. There's going to be wolves in sheep's clothing, and there's going to be false prophets and a false Messiah, the Antichrist, who's going to convince the people that he's the one to be followed. They're following science. Science is evil. It's evil. Big Pharma, evil. You know, I mean, how many people have they murdered in the name of their science? They created it. They have the technology. They've had the.
But there are good things.
They've had the CURED CURE the whole freaking time, because when you create it, you also know how to fix it. But they can make more money off of you. Either way, whether you survive or you don't, they make money hand over fist.
But science, it's just like saying a gun is evil and shoots people. Science is not evil. It's the
A
people,
gun can't do it without someone pulling the trigger.
and you've got to have the evil.
With a gun,
The evil's in the human or the whatever that's doing the evil piece with the science. People believing science is bigger than God is wrong. It doesn't have anything to do with science being wrong. It's the opinion that it's bigger than God is wrong.
That's why you see very little scientists believe in God.
And
they don't believe in God. That's why.
I do not understand why they do not.
Because it's not of God.
And I see science as just the same thing that we're doing. And looking for the truth and finding the pieces and the parts that go together to make a whole and to make a picture. To me, the science that I studied in college, that's what we were doing with it. We were trying to look at something and take it apart, look at it. Can we put it back together?
See how it worked.
Yeah, but not to alter it. But when it got harmed, it got hurt. It was how you put it back together the best way. And the best way to put an arm back on, you learn from looking at a cadaver.
But I always wondered what they came with all the cats. That was real cruel. Where'd they come with a cat?
Oh, I don't believe in experimenting on anything living. Thank you.
But you don't even know where those cadavers come from. That's the messed up part. Just like when I was asleep, I went to this exhibit called the Body Human exhibit.
Yeah.
And what they did is they plasticized Chinese people in like a resin. And then they skinned them and stuff like that. And then they had like them in like an artistic, it was really disgusting, really.
But they're getting.
But
in the days when
said that these were donated. I mean, it said on there these people. They were donated.
I know, but you're still talking about the evil people that put it together that way. What I'm talking about is when I was playing in
but you don't know, because we don't know. None of us know.
They brought a guy in that I had watched as I came into the hospital. I had watched this man being rushed in on an ambulance, and his arm fell off the ambulance, hit me in the side. And I noticed that this beautiful blue topaz ring, I didn't know it was but blue gemmed ring on his finger. And I'm playing in the morgue about 3 hours later and hiding under the table, doing something stupid. And they opened the door to bring a stretcher in. And as usual, I got into my kind of quiet, peaceful, prayerful position. And just as they rolled this body in, and they stopped it right in front of the ice chest, the hands, this arm flew out, which is not unusual for bodies. They flitter and flatter all over the place. And the arm fell out. It was the same ring on this guy's hand. There's no question, but that's the bodies that most people use. That's the ones they're supposed to use. Anytime you get extra bodies or extra dead people they don't even have to donate them. You can just put them in Yates's Park in Seattle and turn them into fertilizer.
But we all know that a lot of people that check in don't check out is not because they are natural causes.
Oh God, no.
So, I mean,
if we get to camp, it ain't going to be natural causes that takes us out.
What people don't realize is when you go, the reason, I went down the rabbit hole, the last, it was like I went down so many rabbit holes, not even funny. But anyways, the rabbit hole of funeral homes. Why they sew your eyes shut, why they sew your mouth shut, why they do what they do is because there's nothing in there.
Right.
Because they sell it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're, then people don't even realize it. And when you're, and a lot of times when you go sign up for cremation, that's not even that could be just like wood. You don't even know.
No, you don't. But the other thing is,
I heard that most of the time it's not because they sell everything. If it's viable, they sell it.
Oh,
they take it, they sell it.
Teeth, eyes, all that. They ain't getting teeth out of me. But I also had a best friend in Vermont whose husband owned a funeral home. And sometimes she'd have to work. And so I'd go down and hang out down there with her. And as long as there wasn't a funeral happening, and I stayed down in the basement where I was supposed to. They bring people in, and remember the very first one I saw, because I never looked at the people in the morgue at the hospital. They all had sheets on them. I just never looked at them. But this guy, they brought this traffic accident woman in, and the sheet was bloody. I never did understand that. And they apparently weren't supposed to bring in bloody stuff, but they brought this woman in, and he gets this, just is so mad that they've got this bloody sheet on her that he just rips it off of her. And when he did, where I was standing, I was looking directly at her face, and it was empty. There was no eyeballs. There was no nothing. And it was like I wouldn't have known who she was. And I did know who she was. She was a local lady that had been in an accident. Well known to everybody in town. And it was like a mannequin that somebody had crushed. And there was no eyes, no nothing.
How do you know she couldn't have been a legal donor, though?
I don't think so. Not from what I knew.
But people don't realize when you sign up that donor card, they take everything. Everything.
That's what mine says, is to take it all. Skin
and they don't even have, that's what I'm saying, they could take your whole entire.
Oh, yeah. They don't want anything on my insides, so that they're going to do anything useful with. But my skin is still viable for burn victims.
And eyeballs and whatever else.
Yeah. And that's what I want.
We're going to have a new body anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to give mine to anybody. And the one thing I'm not going to do that I did consider doing was donating my body to the medical school for medical students. But I decided not to do that after doing my father's and not trusting anything about it. But I decided not to do that. I don't care. As long as I give my aid back enough dust, somebody's dust, to bury with Dale's dust, and then plant a monkey puzzle tree on top, I'm happy.
Right. Don't ever let those creeps touch your body. These are defilement in action. Do not go anywhere near them.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you thunder wonder why now the movie Frankenstein could be a true story.
Probably was.
Some crazy scientists.
Yep. People thinking they're God. And if people believed in God, they wouldn't put themselves in that place. Do you know what I'm saying?
They have no faith.
True.
A lot of the people that are still asleep have no faith. They have fear. When you have fear, you have no faith. You can't have faith and fear at the same time. Fear and faith do not exist. fear is a work of the devil. Faith is is God.
Angel, some people are oblivious though.
Because
You know what I
they're
mean?
completely indoctrinated. I mean, they're
Completely oblivious.
Gorbachev said, "I'll take down America, and I won't even have to fire a bullet. I'll do it in the educational system," and it's exactly what they did, and they did a very good job of it because these people, they don't. Their brain is not here. This is their brain. They can't even do their own thinking. This is their brain. Ask them a simple question, they will not answer you out of their own mind. They'll Google it. I've been guilty of it myself.
Tomorrow is August 1st.
I know.
Already? God.
It is tomorrow.
And it snowed in Brazil. So.
Time is going by so fast.
Isn't it?
Seems like it was just July 4th.
Yeah.
Now it's August.
So how is it in Canada remote?
Hold on. I'm doing
Remote?
this right here.
I'm here. Sorry, I had a bite of chicken.
No, that's okay. I want some.
Here. Here we go. Let me show you.
I was like, you know,
I don't care. People can eat anything they want on my channel. It doesn't matter to me. I have no judgment.
What's that steak? Is a shrink with some lobster.
I just don't want to have to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. This is the
a piece of bread down. That's 2 pieces of bread in one day that have stayed in.
Here goes. Brazilian city sees snow after southern states told to brace for cold snap. This is the 29th July 2021. Images and rare of snow event in Brazil with temperatures falling almost -8 Celsius. They have been flooding the social media. Authorities earlier warned of approaching severe cold snap. At least 13 cities in the Rio Grande do Sul saw snow on Wednesday night, coating the region in a fine white powder.
Can you imagine being on your vacation, spending all that money, and all of a sudden going to snow instead of the sun?
I mean, Brazil.
Yeah, play one of those. Let me look at this. Remote now will know whether it's real snow or not. Looks pretty real to me, Remote.
I'm blowing it up, Silver Girl. Just like.
Yeah, can't see it.
Let me see. Is that better?
Freezing rain. That's freezing rain, I'll bet.
E amanhã vai continuar.
Probably gone early in the morning.
But it's like the first time in 10,000 years, they said.
But that freezing rain would have been snow to them. They wouldn't have known the difference.
Yeah, but they're messing with the weather everywhere right now. The spiritual war is a kinetic war now, and it's a weather war.
How about
and they're taking out certain things across the planet with lots of water, typhoons. Watch the water, you know.
That's what I want to know is who's doing it. Who is doing the weather war? The bad guys, or are the good guys taking out the bad guys with the water?
The problem is it's not exclusive to one side.
I'm dropping the link to that.
All those people in China with a flood.
Yeah.
I know it's war, but that's a lot of innocent people.
Yeah.
I think both sides are using it because we're trying to take down the Three Gorges River Dam. So
that's what I just said.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's using it.
Yeah.
It's hard. How many people have heart?
Yeah, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink. I mean, literally, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink. Period. Because I mean, it's like every time I turn around, there's like 4 or 5 FFs every day.
They've
You
been
know,
in power so long, they're not just going to roll over and give it up.
I mean, when is the alligator most dangerous? When it's dying, because the last thing it's going to do is do a death roll, and that's when it's most dangerous. So, I mean, they will throw it if this is their last hurrah. They're going to take it down out as many people as they possibly can.
Okay,
Why?
well,
Because evil does evil. Evil does never do good. Evil is evil. And don't trust evil, because evil will do evil things and to where we can't even imagine. That's how evil it can go.
Never heard any more words on
Always do a death roll.
Huh?
A gator always does a death roll every time it kills.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never heard any more word on that nuclear material that went missing in Detroit or Michigan.
Yeah.
But I did see that the sniffer birds were up in that area. I don't know if that's what they were sniffing, but there were 3 of them doing those little weird patterns that they do when they're sniffing.
Right.
I hope
Did you see stuff was missing in Detroit?
I think it was the place in Michigan.
Huh? Do you think Preppin has it in his garage with his flashlights?
Maybe.
Perhaps nobody gonna mess with him.
It could help. You know, he wouldn't need a battery anymore. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Because I mean, that was like, you know, immense power. You know, but speaking of which, I got some batteries.
So, but do y'all think that
I got a pack of these, the Ultima, or the Optimum, and then that's the AAA, and then I got some AA's. So we can never have enough batteries.
Phones are expensive.
Yeah,
I got them for $16, both packs for $16.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that was pretty cheap though, because they've gone way up.
I used to get mine from Costco.
This right here is now $20.
What kind of batteries are those?
The Optima.
Mm.
No, these
Oh,
are
yeah,
the,
that's what
these
it
are
is.
the lithium batteries.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. It
But
lasts a
these
long
are
time.
now $20. This pack is $20 now in the store.
Usually, what's that place for Harbor Freights? It has good deals on batteries.
Yeah, everything in Harbor Freight comes from
Oh, I didn't know that.
China.
I do
Even
now.
packaging.
I don't think we have
That's
a lot
another thing people don't do is when they go to the store, they don't look at items. They don't look at the ingredients. They look at price tags.
Where it's made.
They guarantee. Because if you can read your ingredients, if you go by your ingredients and not your price tags, guess
Well,
what?
a lot of
All that expensive stuff would not be as expensive.
But so
because
many people are they look at price tag and no ingredients because they don't care because they don't have money to buy the expensive.
I mean, but if basically, if you look at the ingredients and realize you're going to eat healthier stuff, you don't eat as much healthy stuff as you do the crap, because the crap is empty calories and you're going to eat more of it because you're not getting nutrients. But your body's going to keep telling you you're hungry.
Well, I know, but you got the people with 8 to 10 kids. They don't look at it that way.
I mean, they can feed more with less doing the healthy.
But they can't, they're not trained. They didn't learn that. They don't know that.
You always wonder why people in Appalachia are so poor. Do people who donate money, do they actually give to those people?
They're not actually that poor. That's the narrative. I have friends that live out there. There are people that are not, financially wealthy, but that doesn't mean they don't have their garden. That doesn't mean that they don't know what's edible and stuff like that. I mean, they survive.
They're not. They used to be.
They got that moonshine.
The coal industry pushed them up, got them all going, and then killed them all with black lung disease.
That was an agenda too. So.
Yep. Now, in some of Appalachia that you can actually live in, they're really not. It's not that different. They're, it's more rural in that there's not close houses and that kind of thing, and because there's not all of Appalachia can you live in. So you get kind of like the mountains in California where you have, cabins and stuff. Well, up there they just live there because they can. It's not that poor. Dollywood is sitting right in the middle of it.
You mean Petalwood?
Taterwood.
Yeah.
She is a godmother of Miley.
Yeah, she is a godmother of Miley. So.
Everything's
And
fake.
when you're a little kid and you're involved in Mr. Disney's business, you're an SRA. Look at Brittany. Look at Aunt Christina Aguilera. Look at all those people that were Mouseketeers, Annette Funicello, all that stuff.
Yeah, look at
I can't believe you remember her.
I'm old.
I thought when was that on?
My parents were older, and I watched all the movies they watched. My mom raised me on black and white movies.
Okay,
I wanted to be Joan Crawford or Betty Davis.
I sometimes have trouble remembering which child TV programs I watched versus
as they say back then.
So Jack, when he was that same age, and they're very different, of course, 10 years apart. But so those must have been Disney must have been Jack's age bracket rather than mine.
So, as they say back in the day, about women, what they call a woman with a bad attitude, I have gumption. So.
Do y'all remember that movie, Mommy Dearest, about Faye Dunaway?
Yeah, well, Faye Dunaway, I found out. I mean, the Joan Crawford was a dude.
Yeah, Joan Crawford. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a dude, by the way.
That was a huge movie.
I accidentally called my mother Mommy Dearest once when I was a kid, and that was the only time my mom ever hit me. So I had a handprint on my face for like 4 hours.
Did her daughter come out with that movie? Did her daughter write that movie? Because it was all about her daughter.
Torture. Yeah, I think she didn't put a lot of the stuff in there because they wouldn't let her put all that stuff in there. There's a lot more to that than she was allowed to put in that book.
I'm sure.
Right, Vic? Right, Silver Girl?
Yeah.
When all this started coming out and they start talking about Cindy Crawford, I go, Cindy Crawford? Now we know why Cindy Crawford's so damn young.
You got that.
Then she come up with her damn skincare, selling it to people. You go, oh, what the heck was in that shit? You think that's why Gear divorced her?
Have you seen that video that Whiplash put out with the organ harvesting? Somebody snuck a video.
Oh, I saw that. It was awful.
Yeah, it was.
With the little girl screaming. Yeah, it was awful.
Oh, I saw that one. But this was another. I think there was another. Was it another one remote? Or was that Ed?
No, it was a whole bunch of bodies and just all cut up and just laid all over the place.
Do you think it was real or some kind of?
I wanted to believe it was fake, but it's just there's too much other realistic stuff going on in there.
I'm going to say I did not see it, and I just soon not. Thank you.
You don't want to. It was.
Doesn't require imagination on my part.
I did see the video about that little girl screaming. That was awful.
They have certain organs and things they wanted, and that's what they harvested.
I would be a basket case if that was dogs in that video, much less children like I was when I
I'd
was.
be homicidal. I agree, Silver.
You know, I told my brother that I always wanted to go to Korea. They have this fried chicken that looked really good. He used to live in Korea for an Air Force. He goes, that ain't no chicken. Because you don't know what you're eating over there.
I wouldn't pick up any of that stuff to eat.
He said he ate on the base a lot or cooked himself.
Of course, right now I can't eat anything.
I think Zach wants to say something.
Zach,
brother?
why don't you get up here? Hold on.
You got something to say, Zach?
I didn't know Zach was up here.
I didn't know Zach was here either.
Come on, do an Irish jig.
Come on. Let me drop the link. Zach, you get up here.
Or at least tell us something. Tell us a story, buddy.
Zach, get your butt up here.
I
I
don't
didn't see him in there.
I don't see him. So how do you know he's here?
You used to be able to see who was in the on YouTube. You used to be able to click on participants, but it doesn't let you do it anymore.
I just did. I can do it. You have to, where it says top chat, you just have to drop and push there. But it's only showing Shadow Dancing Guardian, although I know there are other names in there. They time out after a while. You drop off of that list if you don't say something in chat.
I've tried it a couple times and it disappeared. I thought, well, they must have took that feature away.
He
Hey,
might
didn't
be on
you-
another stream. You never
Did
know.
you send him another bike trip?
I don't see Zach on the chat at all.
No, he's not there. I went a little insane. Dangerous Freedom After Dark's on with Zach, and I was watching. I had them on one screen, and you over here with audio.
It's
But I saw Zach, and it's like, "Hey, buddy." Sorry,
I miss Zach. Zach's so amazing.
It's
I love
David-
Zach.
It's
I love
David
Zach.
staying late.
I've done that. I'll be on somebody else's stream watching them and chatting in somebody else's room.
Did you watch that other day when you fell asleep? And they kept his stream going.
Oh.
To
You
play the
think
game
you
of
can
Family
check.
Feud.
You think you're being shadow banned because you don't see none of you anything you type doesn't show up.
Wow. Let's see. The angel motivation, maybe?
Oh,
What?
that sounded good.
What?
There's also one, Tinfoil is live.
Yep.
Nice.
We got to go bug her.
Oh, that's interesting.
Heck yeah, let's go and give Tintin a little trouble.
I don't even know if I have 10. It's just
I do, but I'm not able to get her up all of a sudden. You want to explain that one?
She just knocked herself off.
She's not showing up at all. I just got a notice of her, clicked on it, and went to go, and nothing happened.
Mine says live until you click on it. It ain't live anymore. It just
Must have been a misjob.
Did I even say she was getting a divorce?
Who?
No, she's doing better. I don't know if she is, but
Did she say that?
so
I
good.
thought I heard her say that.
I didn't hear her
Right.
say that.
I didn't say it.
Let me see. 10.
I wish I did. doing. I think she's done something. She
She's
must
tired
have.
of living like that. She's tired of living like that.
Yep.
They keep hiding all my channels, so.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you didn't show up. You weren't in the list as being live at all.
Yeah.
You have to find her.
Yeah. They don't like me.
They don't put prepping in either usually.
Yeah.
I would keep prepping.
I don't.
But I get notifications for prepping 30 minutes before he comes on.
Oh, he sends it. Oh, when he does his thing.
I don't even see tens, and I know I subscribe to it.
That's why I want Angel to text me when she comes on, because I don't know. Sometimes it won't come on.
Yeah, she texts me and I'm going live.
Yeah, because you won't tell me if you.
I was going to go do it if she texts me.
I have to write her in. I have to write the new channel in, and then push it, like search for it.
Yeah, because when I created the channel, you know, because I wanted to find something that nobody else had, and we all worked on this together for the name, the Patriotic Angels, and I came up with the logo.
You somebody to share it with you, to you?
What?
10.
Yeah, I need somebody to. I don't have it. I can't find it, so they buried it.
Can you do that, Silver Girl?
Yeah, I can. I just got it. I just looked her up. I'll do it again.
All right.
It's hard to
But,
do it on the phone.
But no, I mean, it's just when I looked up, when I was on my friends, you know, at work, I was on the laptop, you know, the computer at work. So I went to go look at the channel, make sure it's, you know, and I couldn't find it. It would not pull up.
So what's the weather like in?
I just dropped.
It's hot and humid here in Georgia.
It's
supposed
cold
to be
here.
hot there
It's
at this
chilly
time of
here.
year, right?
It's chilly. It's very chilly.
But did they tell you about that
It's not normal weather.
matter of fact, the college ministry from church my daughter went to was going to go camping, so they changed their mind. They're just doing a big old slumber party inside her house.
I don't see her live.
No, she's not. She doesn't. Why we got to know there's 2 notes.
She's not
Well,
live
she was,
at
and she
all.
went off. She just stayed on there.
On my list, it says live. It's a live program, but when you click on it, they're not there. They're not live anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, it says the last video was 1 month ago.
She must have started a stream and then backed out.
Or they
Because
took her down.
So,
well, the last 2 that I'm aware of that they did remove.
Right. So the last one here on this one in their videos was 1 month ago. Yeah.
And I know the last 2 that I saw, they removed both of those appropriately.
Unless she's got another channel that we don't know about, and that's what she's going live on.
Well, mine says tinfoil TV.
Oh.
Hey,
I'm glad she sounds so good. Yeah, on prepping that first night that she did the whole night. I was so glad to see her.
Yeah. I was worried about her, you know,
I was
'cause she's a very nice lady, and
I was too.
Remote, have you heard anything about Mark by any chance?
No, Mark B. No, I have not, and I'm concerned too.
Well, you know they were going around actually tackling people, giving the Jabberwocky there.
Christy tonight in prepping said that Mark and his wife were on a camping trip. And that
good.
he was fine. Well, actually, what she said, I'm not his secretary, but he's doing fine. He and his wife are all having fun on a camping trip.
Well, that's okay. She'll be if she likes it out there in the woods. Maybe he'll get lucky too.
Stay out there.
I
Hey,
would
you
love
don't want to come home.
I would love to see how big the dogs have gotten. I bet they're huge.
I mean, they might be out in the woods to avoid getting pokey.
Yeah.
I've
But
been
That's their bug out.
I would like
They're
to hear.
just bugging out extendedly.
Well, that's probably what they're doing the bug act because they know what's going on out there. They get the hell
Right.
out of Dodge.
I mean, that's what I would do.
Did y'all know that Monkey Works had 107 on his channel?
No.
Oh yeah, I watched it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
they
was
were
one day.
both
It was
up
yesterday.
Not tonight. What, 2 nights ago? Something
It
like
was
that.
yesterday. A day ago.
yesterday. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Do y'all think he's a real 107?
And they both wore boots. It's cute.
Guess what?
Monkey
Take out the
Works.
0. What is it?
You know, everything he tells is truth. I've studied all this history and this stuff he talks about. Everything he says is truth. It's hard to believe at times. This is a really see. My twin brother and I were red pilled when we were 3.5 years old when we saw President JFK, John Francis Kennedy, assassinated live on television. We were 3.
Frederick.
Francis. John Francis Kennedy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look,
Anyway.
both of them.
The S stands for. So.
They were both Francis because there was Robert Francis and John Francis
Yeah.
after Dad.
Right.
And he was an
Or
awful
Grandpa, I'm
man.
not sure. Sorry.
Monkey Works has blue jeans on and boots on at his pool. And then the picture of Juan has his boots and his blue jeans on his whatever porch he's sitting on.
Yeah.
It's probably in a hotel.
107. 107. Take out the 0. What do you have?
Yep.
17. Thank you. Everything's a calm. You gotta pay attention.
Everything's a con too, though.
That's true.
Well, misinformation is necessary.
So
Oh, that
be careful who you follow.
Monkey and Juan's gathering was, I thought, extremely good. And then Monkey talked about it again today, clarifying something that had come up on it. And in watching what is it called? That one that you
What?
Proton, whatever the one is that's Monkey has.
Patreons?
Yeah, that
Patreon?
one.
Yeah.
Patreon.
He talked about almost an hour afterwards.
Yeah.
And he had edited that show quite a bit. And he came back and threw a couple more things in that he'd taken out because he won't allow the language.
Right.
And so I was impressed with that interview. I really was.
Monkey Works didn't want the language.
And like Remote, I really think that Monkey knows what he's doing. And that he would go and interview Juan with Juan's being such a questionable character. I was surprised, but he did it primarily because everybody wanted him to. He came right out and said that he could track Juan's plane and had a couple of times and mentioned it, and they didn't like that too much, but he wasn't 100% sure that they were white hat at the time.
He thought maybe in a gray hat, but definitely not a black hat.
Right.
He didn't know if they were white or gray.
Right.
One speaks truth.
Right. But he said that it's not really the white or the black that you have to watch out for. It's a gray. Well, grays are the hypocrites. They play both sides. The wolves in sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
We have them in our lives too.
Well, no, the black aren't good either. We
They're
can
not
only
good,
count
but
on
at
the
least
white
they don't
ones,
hide
really.
with their black cats are black cats. They will always say that
Fairly
they're black
obvious.
cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grays you'll never know because they play both sides.
Listen,
Those are
Amanda
the stealth ones.
Grace, the prophet, said that she had a prophecy that somebody that we think are really good for President Mr. T and everything, it ends up a big betrayer.
Right. I mean, even Jesus had a
Judas.
betrayer.
That's
Judas
true.
Iscariot.
I'm afraid that's going to be his son-in-law.
What?
I said, I'm afraid it's going to be the son-in-law.
Oh, they
everything
said it's
knows
Jesus,
about
the
him,
son-in-law.
Mama.
I'm like, what? You know, I was like, I haven't gone down that rabbit hole. You know,
Golden
but
Blondie's son-in-law.
I was talking about Jesus. I was like, it was like, where did that come from? You know, Iscariot.
It's going to betray him really bad. I'm afraid that might be him.
They said that something about they wore those little.
We already know about Jared. It's not gonna be Jared. So there's someone bigger.
There's somebody they wore those red bracelets, string bracelets.
That what?
The symbolism is their downfall always.
Tell her about the red bracelets.
Who?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Something. The red bracelets have something to do with the cabal. That's all I know.
You know,
when you are let's say you're from a tribe in the Amazon that eats other humans and maybe shrinks their skulls and stuff, you're cannibals essentially.
Right.
You keep certain trinkets on a necklace or a wristband.
Right. Oh.
And that's about as graphic as I want to get.
Got it.
And so Ivanka wears one.
Well, that's just because some kids gave it to her.
Right.
I remember yeah? Something else?
I'm looking it up. Sorry.
I would think that too. And but you know that her dad or somebody that's advising them knows what that means. They'd tell her and she'd take it off.
You would think.
Well, most people who look at it don't know. It's just a red thing. Red. I always wonder why Dorothy's shoes are red.
Well, good reason for that. MK Ultra goes back a long time, right back to the Baal worshippers back in Egypt.
The what worshippers?
Baal worshippers, Baal.
Oh, okay.
Moloch. Sacrificing children to Moloch.
I read that story. I saw a video about how bad they treated Judy on doing that, filming of that.
Here we go. This is I found this.
In the path of Kabbalah, we utilize the red string, which is called the Kabbalistic connection. This is based in the Bible, of course, contrary to popular belief of it being witchcraft. In Genesis, there's a passage that we know about that speaks about a man. And of course, we know that man is named Judah.
Left-hand path.
He has a wife named Tamar. And the passage speaks about the couple having twins, sons, that as the midwife was receiving the sons, she immediately put a red string on the hand of the firstborn that broke through. The teachers of Kabbalah have taught us that the person that wears a red string on the left hand indicates that he or she or we are subduing rigor and judgment. What does red represent? We see it everywhere in our lives. We see it in stop signs. And of course, a stop sign, it's telling you to stop. It might indicate that there's danger, or it does indicate that there's danger if you don't stop. The color red also attracts, just like the color black. Black also attracts. And we know there's other colors that reflect, and white is one of them. So we know that white is the color that reflects. We receive a lot of vibrations of intelligent energy that come from the cosmos and from other people. And these energies
What's your biggest problem, Count Snarkula? Well, I'm getting a little tired of it.
Because it impacts
Maybe you need to go into the
aura. In order not to be impacted by this aggression that comes from the cosmos or from other humans. So the red string on our wrist represents judgment, us criticizing or being judgmental of others. Of course, jealousy, being pretentious, and so on and so forth. So when we encounter these type of situations, and of course, almost forgot about anger. And we know that the color that we turn when we get angry, or most of us do, is the color red. In situations where we're going to fall to the self, we should always visualize the red string and say, stop. That's our stop sign. Stop to jealousy. And what is jealousy? Is it Ain Hara? Of course it is. It's evil eye. So we first understand that if we do not want to suffer the effects of the evil eye, then we should not practice giving the evil eye. Because what you put out, we know, and everyone knows this, or most people know this, is that what you put out is, and that's what you put out is what's returned back to you. So now you know how this helps us in telling ourselves when to stop. And when you stop giving out negative energy, then negative energy cannot come near you. And we can say why, and we know there's a lot of laws, and one of those laws is the law of affinity, which would not attract negative energy since you don't have it. This is technology that is way ahead of its time. So therefore, it's understandable that, others say that it's witchcraft, or they may not understand it, or say that it's a hoax, or say that we shouldn't be doing it or believing it or practicing it. Nowadays, there are artifacts, or there are items that channel signals via satellite, just like our cell phones or the internet. Now, the red string, what is it? It's also a receiver. It attracts certain energies. When we put on the red string, the wearer, the person putting on the red string for them, normally it's a teacher, do a meditation. And what happens? The meditation provokes an energy, and that energy provokes this string to have light and blessings. So what happens is that any negative force that is hurled at you like a projectile, like a bullet that wounds you, is absorbed by the red string because of the meditation. In order for all these negative energies or vibrations, in order for them not to impact us, you can say that the red string does like we do the mosquitoes. We have all seen those lights that are used to attract the mosquitoes, and then the purple light zaps them. The red string does the same thing, but instead of mosquitoes, it does it with the negative energies. Because the red string attracts, but the red string is just a tint. T-I-N-T, not a tent, not T-E-N-T. but a tint. In the interior, there's a white wool. Then all of the negative vibrations or energies then come to us, and they're attracted by the red string. But when the negative energies reach the red string, the essence of the white wool starts to act. So the white part repolarizes the red to white. That's to say that it transforms negative energies or darkness into positive energy. Therefore, the mosquito dies. And of course, we know that this is a metaphor. So the mosquito being the dark forces or the negative energy. The red string is tied to Raquel Imenu, because she's considered the mother of the Jewish people. And when a child, of course, that we know, and all of us that have children, when the child is in danger, whom does he turn to? The child, when they're in danger, he or she, runs looking for the protection of his or her mother. So we know that the prophetess are utilized more after death than when they were alive. So therefore, the energies that is emitted from the nefesh at the grave of Raquel Amenu, then if the red string is placed there, it's impregnated with the maternal instinct of protection.
Goddess worship.
The red string has, of course, we tie 7 knots on it with the help of the person who's put it on us, which represents the 7 days of the week, which represent covering for all the days of the week.
So, as I said, I watch everything. So, but that's what the symbolism of the red string is.
The grand.
So,
it also doesn't mean that it hasn't been converted by evil to mean exactly what Remote was saying.
Right. They mirror
I
everything.
remember when Madonna had one of those red things on her left arm. Yeah.
Yeah, they mirror everything.
Yeah. Kabbalist, right?
Good, and they'll mirror it.
Kabbalist? I don't know.
Right. Just like 999 is an angelic number, they mirrored it and became
666.
Right. Mirror.
It's easier for me to think instead of, I just did it. It's the first time I've done it and made it easier. When you said they, I said evil, Satan. And if I translate the they in my head to Satan, then it fits. I have still struggle with it being the they, the people.
I mean, I don't really have a name for him.
Remote's heard me say that before, and he always looks at me with his head tilted, like he. I just have so much trouble.
Satan is of a double mind, so he will try to deceive you that he is doing something other than what he's actually doing at all times. He's of a double mind, and God told us to avoid people of the double mind.
Right, but I still want the people to be as good inside themselves as the rest of us. I want them to be that, and I don't want to assume they aren't that because they're doing bad things. And maybe I want to, some of them are. I don't doubt that the devil is in some of these people. I don't doubt, having never seen the soul or the light in my parents' eyes, I know there are people out there that don't have them. Souls, that is. Hearts, whatever you want to call it.
I think we'll be doing a lot of healing in the Holy Spirit in the near future.
And I know that those exist, and from firsthand. But at the same time, I really want to believe the best in everybody until they prove otherwise. So when we talk about they, and what we're meaning is the person who is actually cutting the throat, or the person that is actually walking around in their apartment in their skivvies with a 10-year-old in a red bikini. Those people, I agree, they're evil.
Evil does evil. You know
Yeah.
it by the tree by its fruit.
Yeah, and I just think that some of them aren't all evil, and it helps me to when we talk about they, or anybody, I think about they is to say the devil, and then that clears it and makes it concise for me.
I say they because I can't label them.
Wheat,
I don't.
wheat and tares is kind of where I'm at now. Wheat and tares.
I don't label things because labels are for cans and not people.
Well, look at Kathy O'Brien. She wasn't evil. Look at what she did.
She was a baby born into that stuff and abused. Wasn't her fault.
Just like some of these celebrity girls, like these cute little kids, these cute little kids of Disney and Nickelodeon and stuff, and they grow up to be.
They're not kids anymore, and they're involved.
The thing about it is, and having dealt with this,
I don't want that.
When you are critically, severely, continuously abused, you will not abuse if you are able to consider yourself still as a whole person.
Mm-hmm.
That said,
that thunder going on here.
Having been abused, as badly as I was abused, I have no right to go out and abuse a child. If I did, I would want the consideration for that abuse to be only applied at sentencing. It doesn't change what you did. It only changes what you have to pay for it. You go get treatment, you learn how to deal with what you've done because of what was done to you, and then you live on. You don't get out scot. You don't get a break in guilty. You're guilty. And once you get a break at sentencing, and sentencing only. Otherwise, you're telling abused kids that grow up.
It's Silver Girl. She's going off right now, but she's got cricket. So.
Well, look. Have you ever looked at the Smith kids, Will Smith's kids? Don't they look terrible?
There's a video out. There's a video out of Will Smith and his son, of him just kissing him right on camera. I mean, right on the lips. I mean, like kissing.
And the kid wasn't digging it.
No. And he kept doing it, and it was disgusting. It was absolutely freaking disgusting. I mean, I've seen fathers kiss their kids and not get that heebie-jeebies. That gave me the heebie-jeebies. That was wrong on so many levels.
I saw this video. So I was showing a video that Joe Biden was standing there with some people. He's talking to a mother and to a girl and boy. So the boy was standing right next to him, to the left of him, and you could see Joe grab that boy's hand, and then the boy moved his hand and he put it in his pocket.
Yeah.
I can't stand to watch him. I gotta switch him off, especially when he gets around kids.
I was reading here, water park, Disney guest swim in flooded Magic Kingdom. Why do you think they're flooding there? In Disney.
Mm-hmm.
When Disney was a pedophile and he was one of the five witches. This is what they talk about.
Ring to rule them all. I mean, Tolkien was talking about this. He just put it in a fantasy sense, but he was talking about how they controlled the different people.
Wizards and warlocks.
Exactly. I mean, one ring to rule them all. It wasn't elves. It was different people with the UN and everything. The top 13 families, they got their rings and all that stuff. So it's bigger than you realize.
They got it. What you call it? Tsumi. in Greenland now, flooding everything.
I mean, what's underneath all this stuff? There's cities on top of cities on top of cities on top of cities.
Well, I understand.
Deeper than you realize. If you listen to Gene Decode, I mean, he gives out longitude. I mean, I used to love maps, you know, because I mean, I traveled. I mean, when I traveled, I didn't have a phone. I used an atlas. People don't know how to read maps, you know, and longitudes and latitudes are logical. They make sense. That's why, I mean, we're all logical. We all have that cognitive dissonance. Logic, you know, us that are awake have logic. I'm not saying the people have logic. They've lost logic completely. But I mean, I love maps, you know, because it's just the points of origin, you know, where they two shall meet. You know, so it's real easy to read one if you pay attention. And the fact that he gives out the longitudes and latitudes, and whether it's a black hat, white hat, or gray hat, it's you know, if he was full of crap, he wouldn't be giving out longitudes and latitudes of the location. He
Oh my
agrees.
goodness.
This is Ariel. She's whiny.
AP. This guy said he took the J&J to get a job. Now he's in the hospital and he's going to die.
Who?
Some guy. A video on Telegram.
Oh, so he got enough graphene oxide and ethylene oxide to kill him, I guess.
So the doctors are telling him they can't find a treatment for him. He's going to die.
But you can't untake it. That's the problem.
No, you can't. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. But this is worse.
Right.
This is another thing. Wendy Rogers posted this. You know the what's that black guy? The Biden's DOJ, or I don't know. He's the defense secretary. He went over to what was that country? And he said he's been double jabbed, and he's over there with the mask on and a shield. He looks stupid as all get out, and he's supposed to have been double vaccinated.
I told my neighbor, I said, you better go in your house and find an old hair of yours to get your original DNA to take to the hospital when they got them med beds in. And he's clueless. He doesn't understand that our technology is a lot further ahead than he can imagine.
I have a problem believing in them too. I mean, I don't know. I just do, but that doesn't mean the truth. I just have a hard time. Okay.
People don't even realize that a majority of everything that we've ever been told, taught, or understood has been a lie. It's all been fabricated. I mean, they've been hiding our true power from God. You know, we are stronger than and we are like warriors. We are God's chosen ones. You know, He made us. He knows us by our name.
Warriors come out to play, yay!
Oh, here you'd like to hear this. I
used to love that movie.
Warriors come out to play, yay!
You ever see that movie, Ed? Warriors. It was out in the 70s. It was like a gang movie from New York.
Well, 79, maybe even 80.
Yeah,
They've got about 900 people they say are dead or alive that wanted to get out of
the one guy in that movie that said that Warriors, he was in The Crow. He played the guy that was, you know, this is the really real world. There ain't no coming back. That's the same guy.
Remember, he was clinking the bottles.
Yep.
Clinking the bottles together and going, Warriors.
Yep.
To play.
Yep.
I can only think of that movie where that 55 Chevy and the boy, they got to go back through the tunnel to go back in time. They get hit by a train. I can't remember the name of it. The guy would always say, one would say it's Mueller time when the old gang would get him in the car. You remember that movie? Mm-hmm.
Here's a list of people they think that are still alive: Johnny Cash, The Ring of Fire. I don't know who this Bob Newell. I don't know who he is. Bob Marley. Some kid named Caleb Logan. Princess Grace Kelly. Frank Zappa. Mickey Mantle.
Yeah.
All these people are supposed to still be alive. This is under that Bob Joyce is alive thing.
You have to be careful. I don't know. I mean, some of the people know and some of the people are speculation. So
Well, I'm not doing it. I'm just looking. And now they're saying Steve Irwin's alive.
I wouldn't doubt it. But here we go. This is your remote right here.
And Dana Plato from Different
Wait a
Strokes.
couple of seconds after we move, then cut out the other way.
Why can't I stay with you?
Just do what I tell you, okay?
Come on. I can take care of myself. I proved that.
Come on.
What is this?
Warriors.
Warriors, come out to play. Warriors, come out to play. Warriors, come out to play. Warriors, come out to
That was for remote. I
Did
love
you?
that movie.
I cannot remember the name of this, but it's a movie where a guy is, in reality, he's in like an iron lung thing, and there is a controller, and they finally make some kind of contact, and at the end they come back together. But it's about a train that's going down the tracks, like in Chicago, I think, and hits a car, and then somebody else gets killed, and somebody else gets killed. Anyway, at some point, they literally change timelines, and the guy gets them to pull him out of this way they're using him. But they had picked him up out of a helicopter crash in Vietnam, brought him back. His dad had been told he was dead, blah, 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 blah. But they were now using his brain to function, to cause things to happen and not happen. They put his brain somehow or other focused into this one guy to get him to stop the train from hitting the car and blah, 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 blah. Did anybody see that?
No.
No. It was really good. It's not old. I wish I could think of the name of it.
But you seen that guy that kept saying warrior, right?
Right.
All right. So, all right. Okay, I'm gonna show you something. All right. This is the same actor in The Crow with Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son that died during the making of this movie.
He's not dead.
I know. There we go.
Yes, he died because even though it was firing a blank and he knew that, he pressed the barrel against his head, and there's enough muzzle velocity even from a blank to blow a piece of your skull into your brain.
It wasn't him that did it. It was actually this actor was the one who fired the kill shot. The problem was they didn't know they were shooting black blanks, but they didn't have a forensic person on as the studio because they were trying to save money, and they didn't realize that there was an actual bullet lodged in the barrel.
Well, I'm going to tell you back then how we heard it live on the news was that he had made light of pointing it to his temple and pulling the trigger. Even though
they came out with the truth, that was just the narrative at that time.
Well, you know that for sure, though.
Well, I've heard it. You know, I heard the original narrative, and then I've done my research. So yeah,
it's an interesting conspiracy. I'm not going to say the T word. It's an interesting conspiracy.
Right. There we go. Look at this is the same person from the Warriors.
And road beers. Be quick.
That's the same
Oh,
guy.
really? Are you? I didn't know that. That's cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah. That's him. Watch him. I never forget a face. That's creepy. He's aged very well. But not at all.
Supposed to be there.
I never watched this movie.
It looks like John McAfee.
So that's Brandon Lee.
Yeah, that's Brandon Lee in the painted face.
Oh, it's nothing more. Yeah.
We're gonna shoot it forward to where he starts talking. You'll hear his voice. Watch this. Silver Girl, you're in Gibson. Thank you.
I don't know. What? Huh? What? What are you talking about? No. You mean that place downtown? Yeah, I remember her. We needed to put some fear into that little lady. She wasn't going along with our tenant relocation program. Her idiot boyfriend shows up and turned a simple sweep and clear into a total clusterfuck.
Yeah, I can see his face now, and that from that angle, that was perfect to see him again. Yeah.
What is it? What? Speak to me. Speak.
Did you send us these complaints?
Come here.
Abashed, the devil stood. Does it get you sweating?
I know you. I know you. I knew you. But you ain't you. You can't be you. We put you through the window. There ain't no coming back. This is the really real world. There ain't no coming back. We killed your dad. There ain't no coming back.
You know, that's like when he was in the Warriors. That was what, 1979.
I'll find out, Angel. It was around there. Yep.
And then the Crow, that was 97. Did he look like he aged 20 years to you?
1975.
Oh, okay. Did he look like he aged like 25 years to you?
Well, he might have been having the benefits of some of that anti-aging stuff too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're all vampires.
You know what?
Just like Johnny Depp's band is named American Vampires.
Oh, I can't stand him.
Him and Alice Cooper and the other guy and all that. Their band is called the American Vampires.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get off. I did want to say that I found the name of that movie. It's called Source Code. It's
Ooh.
about a soldier wakes up in someone else's body and discovers he's part of an experimental government program to find the bomber of a commuter train within 8 minutes. It's extremely good movie. I recommend it.
What you talking about, Willis? That sounds interesting. Absolutely.
It really is.
Yeah, I copied the link. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to get off. I'm white. See you later.
Love you, Silver.
Love you, Silver. Love Silver girl. Love you.
Prayers for you. If you need me, you call me.
I will. Thank you.
I love you.
I love it. Source Code.
Huh?
That's the name of it. Source Code.
Yeah. If like I jailbroke my Fire Stick so I can watch anything I want to. So I can basically go in there and I have a VPN on it and everything like that, and it's and I turned off tracking, all tracking to it and everything. I mean, smarter than as far as trying to. I'm sure there's some in there that I can't overdo, but I'm trying to do as much as I can not to be so visible. The only time that thing is on in the living room is when my roommate is here. So
We got some storms going in the background here.
I mean, the weather here is weird. It was like it's like 60 degrees here right now. Not normal.
Do you not? Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you something.
No.
Sorry,
You
you get one
think-
question. That's no.
I know, right? Do you think that if do you
have to
think
keep
that
it weird.
the Earth is trying to catch up to what they've done, or do you think they're still doing it, or what? Do you think they're still making certain situations?
They are manipulating the weather, yes. And they're
You-
fighting
okay.
against each other, and we're kind of caught in the middle of it.
Right. They're in a tug of war, and we're the pond underneath them.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Huh.
Who and and it's just like you can either go on the side of the right and help them pull, but most people would rather stand back and watch and see what happens, and they're okay with either way, whether it's this way or that way. They don't care. They
Yeah.
literally don't care who wins.
Yeah.
And while they're abusing us, they're pushing their global warming and carbon agendas,
Right.
and trying to tax us for it as well.
But I mean, that's what people don't realize. I mean, I'm sitting there talking to, my friend's dad, and I was like, he's a Trump supporter, and I was sitting there telling him how because it was hard to hear, and we went outside, but he was smoking, and I don't smoke so anymore, and he was just like, we were talking about Trump, and
Any less? I hear you choking.
and then he said, I was like, we were talking about Trump, and then I started talking about God, and he goes, well, you lost me there. I don't talk about religion, and I don't talk about politics. And I'm like, I'm talking about neither. And I said, isn't that their agenda? Where you cannot talk about religion or politics. That they've made that to where that is the killing talking point for everybody. That's their agenda. You can't talk about God. You can't talk about politics. I mean, even here in my apartment, I can't fly a political flag, a Trump flag, outside of my window, but I use it as a curtain. Screw them. But I can't hang one from my window from a flagpole. Otherwise, I'll get.
Well, people can see you coming in your car.
Yeah. Stop me. You don't like it? Kick me out. I'll find somewhere else. Give me at least my money back. You talk to my lawyer.
And his name's Vito.
Vito? How old is
the lawyer.
Oh, yeah. But I
How is
mean,
it?
that actor, what's his name? The one that played in the Warriors. Oh, what's his name?
How is it in Canada these days?
Well, I used to be a proud Canadian. Now I'm sort of like, I don't know what I am, other than a pissed off patriot who's tired of getting screwed and paying for it and wants some change. And that can't come soon enough.
Right.
I think you're going to have freedom as too.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the
Can't
way
come
our
soon enough.
our freedoms are being eroded suddenly is quite alarming.
Well, Spain just passed laws. Anybody that doesn't comply, they can seize all their assets and property, and they can
Oh,
lock them up indefinitely and put them to work however they see fit or feel like doing.
I say,
ooh,
bring it,
I,
motherfuckers.
I don't think Charlie Ward would like that too much. He lives in Spain.
So I think they just took a dive below Canada, what Canada's doing. Took a big deep dive.
They come to my door like that, they're going to pay for it. And I'll say, was glad to know you guys, but I'm making a stand.
From my understand, Spain has a big Muslim area as well.
All right, we're gonna look into this guy, the guy that played in that Warrior thing. Apparently, he was born in 51.
I didn't
Are
think he
we,
was that much older than me. So he's like 70.
have you wondered why Betty White living so old and looking so good?
Let
Drinking
me
that
look at.
A-chrome.
What did you say?
I'll look up
Drinking
his.
that A-chrome. Yeah.
And I loved her too. She's so funny.
Let me see what he looks like this year. 1 second. All right, here's.
Being farcical for a reason to try and hide, but you know.
No, that's not it. 1 second. All right. Paste. Let me see. Here, 20. I just did 2020. Nobody has any pictures of 2020.
Doesn't it just bug you all the people you like to watch on TV or movies all end up not who they are, say they are. Even the innocent looking ones.
I have no idea. So just have to do 2021 because apparently nobody took any pictures in 2020.
They had photographs that year?
Huh?
They had photographs in 2020? Wow.
Well, I mean, everybody was in lockdown.
I didn't think they were allowed.
You know, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Did y'all know that all the Friends cast would say "Hail Satan" during breaks?
I don't put it past them. I mean, they all sold their soul. I mean,
Well, you know, look at Britt. Look at Cox. Look at her. Wow. Now, Freddie, all of them kids on Stranger Things love you too.
That's 2011. So I'm not finding much of him in 2020 or 2021. So who knows if he's still around? You know.
Maybe his supply ran out and everything couldn't take it.
I mean, the ones who can't get it, I guess, aren't getting recent pictures taken.
There ain't so much that Photoshop could do.
Yeah. So. I mean, have you seen Courtney Love or Courtney Cox? I mean, woo.
Yeah, they're doing that new Friends reunion show.
I want to see that emaciated, but I mean, I've seen some of her comments on her Twitter page. I mean, about little ones and microwaves. I'm sorry, disgusting. No.
Did you see that clip that when Sandra Bullock was on Ellen and she talked about Ellen helped her how she was so young, and she made a comment about South Korean boy parts.
I know the circumcision. Yeah, I know. I already seen that. So.
Have you noticed South Korean? They made all their male characters look so feminine.
I mean, the Jewish people used to, with the Rabbi Finkelstein, they would mix it with their, you've seen that. So I dropped you that link, so you need to watch it if you haven't. So.
He does about the McDonald's. I shouldn't let my daughter see that. So she believes me, but she really needs to see it.
Don't ever eat McDonald's, please.
I was trying to explain to her about, a McDonald's stuck in your car during summer and everything, and when you find it, dug it out between your seats, it hadn't molded.
The bad part about it is it's in pizza, the sausage. It's in meatballs when you buy the meatballs.
Oh, I've tasted some that taste pretty bad. I go, what? Maybe that's what I was eating. I go, this don't taste good. They don't taste like no meatball.
No, they didn't. I stopped buying them. They just didn't taste right.
Just make them yourself.
What?
Make them yourself.
I only buy steaks now, ribeye steaks.
Oh, I hate you.
Well, from the local butcher in my town.
We have a local butcher. Yep.
Does he have his own cow? Does he slaughter his own cows?
Yeah. It's a big operation, but they do it for us local cats too. There's a store right there. I can go in, and every week's got specials on something else.
Yeah,
and
we got one like that. They got 2 stores here. They got 2 stores, and they cut the meat fresh.
Just like when our store here, it's got all of his meat that is from his cows.
Right, my husband says everything's expensive. I go, have you been in the grocery store lately?
I mean, I had this place in Mexico where they had their own slaughterhouse. So.
Well, yeah, I tell my husband, we go get the fresh meat and organic meat. Look how it's expensive. I said, but look how much the processed meat is in the store. It ain't cheap, and it's full of junk.
And it's magnetic.
Right. I mean, you can go like the couple of my friends here in town. They went in on each other and and bought a cow, and they split in the feed and then the processing and then everything, and they split up the meat. I mean, it's if you do that, if you all go in, like you take your neighbors and you go in. I mean, that's enough meat for a lot of people.
Yeah. Then you get you some.
If you're by yourself, or if there's only like you and your daughter, or your daughter and your husband. I mean, you don't have to have a whole cow, because I mean, you put that in there and you'd be like, oh, I need something else besides meat. I mean, it'd be like,
I'd have to buy me another freezer. Sure.
Right. You don't need that much. I mean, but if you go in with a couple other families, that's that'll save you a lot of money, and it'd be a lot fresher than what you're getting from the store.
Yeah.
Have you noticed?
That's a good idea, though. Actually, that's kind of a good idea.
Hmm?
I mean,
But
every week there's some food company recalling something because it's got salmonella in it or
Listeria.
yeah, Ebola, E.
Have you
coli.
Listeria.
Have you noticed when you got organic stuff, it goes bad faster because it doesn't have all that junk on it? Preservatives.
That's why I don't eat. I can't eat a lot of things because I have a preservative sensitivity. So
People should keep their junk off our food.
hmm they should keep their junk out of our air, out of our water, out of our everything else.
How many of y'all think of those farmers that are really good, making really good money, producing a product that actually would have took money from the USDA and destroy their crop?
People need to stop using their microwaves.
How many people how many of the farmers do you think would have done that?
I got a microwave here. It's probably 20 years since I used it.
I have a friend here in town. He says, I have a microwave. I haven't used it in 20 years. I mean, he's been awake since, he's been in Vietnam War. So he's like, I'm not using it. His daughter, he goes, my daughter's always told me, he goes, you always say, growing up, he goes, you said you were always, you knew more than everybody else. He goes, yeah, I do, because I research.
You know when microwaves came about, when they came about, right? You know when microwaves came about, when women had to start going to work.
No, because they've pushed. I mean, if they were just like George Carlin, who in his later years he stopped being funny. He was just laying it out like it is. He was trying to wake people up. It wasn't more comedy. He was telling you the truth, and that's why they offed him. So,
Yep, you're exactly right, and that was purposeful on his part.
How about George?
He knew.
Remember George Lopez? Not George Lopez. What was his name? Prince.
Carlin. Huh?
What about that guy Prince? Remember?
I'm talking about George Carlin. He said he was talking about the jabs. Period. Any jab. He said if it was actually good for you, it'd be so expensive you wouldn't be able to afford it, like insulin.
That's true.
Yeah.
It sure would be given for free.
If they're pushing something on you and normalizing something, don't trust it.
We'll buy you a cheeseburger today if you'll take this death-defying vaccine.
We'll buy you a cheeseburger from McDonald's.
You get a lifetime donuts from Dunkin' Donuts. You get lifetime donuts.
No, it was Krispy Kreme.
This vaccine love you long time.
Yeah, De Blasio eating a burger and fries.
Do you date? Okay, you meet someone out at the bar and you go and you're gonna hook up with them and you don't have one and they don't have one, but oh, trust me, I don't have anything. Are you gonna do something with that person?
No.
Why do you allow the government to do it then?
You're a drone. I'm sorry. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Have a good night.
Yeah. But it's true. You don't trust other people to not screw you over, but you willfully accept it from your government.
Hey, does this sound bad? Can y'all hear me? Does this sound bad?
No.
Do you think the people who are wearing masks, you think, I hope you just pass out?
No, I just feel sorry for them. I don't hate people. I don't hate you because you took the Jabberwocky. I don't hate you because you wear a face diaper. I feel sorry for you because you don't have any faith.
Amen. Amen. No faith, and you're doing something that's damaging to your health with masks that have been recalled, and none of you seem to even care about that. You want to carry on with your virtue signaling that is impairing your thought process and your driving and your parking and everything.
CNN and stuff. That's right.
People don't know their history. When you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat it. In 1917, when the Spanish flu came through, people didn't die from the flu. They didn't die from the little Jabberwocky. They died from wearing a mask because they all had viral pneumonia. From breathing their own crap.
Yeah.
And there was billions that died.
Well, what's a microwave do to you again? I mean,
It's a radiation. It radiates you. I mean, I knew back in when it first came out, they had to change them because, back in the day, they weren't as safe, they said, as they are today. A woman had one she didn't realize that it was cracked where it shouldn't be cracked. And she was walking in front of her microwave all day long and ended up microwaving herself, ended up cooking her insides.
Oh,
Nice.
And what is 5G, 6G but microwave?
Exactly. Hello.
I remember back in my drinking days, you'd go over a buddy's house and the glass on the microwave would be cracked and he'd be cooking a burrito or something in there. It'd be cracked all the way across.
And I'm sure he's either not alive or he's got some kind of cancer now.
Yeah, I think they're all going bald.
Cancer. That's what I said. So, just like my dad, he didn't die from cancer. He died from the treatment.
I survived the cancer and the treatment for 20 years.
But they gave him a life expectancy of 5. He lived 20, but he died from radiation poisoning.
I didn't. Well, I may
so the
have.
doctor killed him.
Mm-hmm. They weren't honest with him from the get-go. They didn't tell him about getting his teeth pulled before he should get radiation because it was here. So it took all the blood flow from his jaw. They didn't tell him about that. He found that out afterwards. They said, oh, by the way, anytime now you have to have your teeth worked on, you have to go into a decompression chamber. And that's $25,000 a pop.
Women both been working with the dentist. And I bet they recommended a dentist for him, didn't they?
I've had my last visit.
Yeah. So they were not honest. They wanted my dad to lay down and give up. My dad was not a give up kind of person. My dad was a fighter. When he, after all this and he retired, he was type 2 diabetic. And so they gave him these pills. Well, he couldn't take them because he couldn't function. He couldn't even get out of bed. He had no energy whatsoever. So he called his doctor. He's like, I can't take these pills. Doctor said, well, only 10% can do it with diet and exercise. And my dad's like, you're looking at that 10%. And he did it. He never went on those pills. So. And my dad, they told when he found out that his arms, because because my dad wanted to work until he just dropped dead on top of the machine. He was a master machinist, and so he wanted to work until the day he just dropped over dead on the machine. That was just his goal. He because he was a numbers guy. He loved numbers. That's why he became a machinist. He had a human calculator for a brain, and he never lost his head. He just got imprisoned in his body. So, he was at work working on a machine, and he started noticing tingling in his hands and his feet. So he went to the doctor and he was like thinking he had a pinched nerve. And they're like, no, you're at the beginning stages of radiation poisoning. He's like, well, what does that mean? He goes, well, we only give you life expectancy of 5 years. So, and you've outlived that. So he goes, it's just going to get worse. He goes, within 5 years, you're within an amount of time, you'll be in a wheelchair. So just plan for it.
Well, how did you get radiation poisoning?
From the radiation treatment for his cancer.
Oh, that doctor probably got a kickback on that.
Because my dad loved 3 things in this world: women, food, music. All in that order. Mostly food more than he loved women. But because they killed right here, he had no taste. because it killed his smell. And then
They gave him the C to the V.
he couldn't enjoy the women anymore either. So the only thing he had was music. So
My dad.
I remember that's why he started eating. He just started doing his own research. This, and he would go and talk to nutritionists. He'd go and read all these books about the changing your diet, to an alkaline and stuff like that. And then he started did research on capsaicin, and he ate every pepper on that scale, and that's how that's how he beat it. It stayed alive as long as he did, was capsaicin and eating well and not letting, because he never let fear get to him. He always had his faith, he was nothing, my dad was like a weeble wobble. You can knock him down, but he's gonna get right back up, But until he got to the point where he did not end up in a wheelchair until he called my sister a month before he died. Or no, 2 months before he died. That was the only time he ended up was in wheelchairs, because he called my sister, and he said, because she was an LPN and she dropped everything she had. Literally, she left her husband and her home, went straight down there, stopped at a yard sale and got a bedside bedpan, went to a medical place, got him a wheelchair. That was the only time he ended up in a wheelchair.
How in the world did you end up finding a bedpan in a yard sale? That is an odd item.
She found one. You can find them all over the place here. So, especially nowadays. With their agenda. Their agenda is to
I've seen people sell crutches.
I've seen bedpans. I've seen showers, chairs, everything. So,
well, I guess when people are in that, they die. They don't want it no more. So,
they do put sugar in everything. That's why. Sugar
Older
is.
people are dropping like flies, after the thing.
We know. But people don't believe the numbers because they've skewed everything else, so they don't know what to think or what to believe. Confusion.
Local obituaries are frightening.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well,
you pay attention. Why are they going after the elderly? Why are they going after the immunes?
Did y'all hear about that?
What do they not want us to know?
Did y'all hear about that?
Our history. That's what they don't want you to know. Your elders know your history.
Vicky, tell us what were you going to say?
Did y'all hear about that funeral home? They found a bunch of infant bodies. Some are new and some are very decomposed. In a
Is this on Telegram?
Yes. So, of course, they took his license and closed him down.
It could be old. You never know. Just like that video earlier. So
it looked new.
It's not new. I know.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's new. They still found bodies. So all of it's coming out.
Have y'all heard of that? She's on YouTube, or it's a yellow rose for Texas.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's where the thingamajiggy comes from, by the way. Or the rose, the swirl. It's the top. It's the rose. It's the order of the rose.
My daughter loves roses.
So
my mama did too.
Symbols, everything, even with different religions and different things. It's all symbolism. Symbolism is everywhere. We all know it. That's how you can know a tree by its fruit, is to look at the symbolism. If you pay attention to the symbolism, you can pay attention to where their heart is. You'll know a tree by its fruit. You know a person by their actions. If their heart is in the right place, then everything they do will be good. If their heart is not in the right place, nothing they do will ever be good. If it appears good, but under the surface it's bad, it's bad. I don't care if they're a white knight on a shining horse. If they do bad, if their agenda is bad, they're bad, period. They're gray.
Yeah.
You know a tree by its fruit. Be careful of wolves in sheep's clothing. I mean, the Bible told us what to look out for. We need to pay attention to the signs. We don't see the signs. That's why you're supposed to
Yeah, look at all those pastors people don't know about. Their congregation anyway.
Pray in spirit, in secret. If you're gonna be helpful to other ones, do it because you're just doing it to be helpful and a good person, not for the adoration and the fame.
Yes, pray in the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
And not everybody needs to know that you're I mean, if I want to go and donate my time at a soup kitchen, no one needs to know that. I don't need to advertise it. I don't need to have all these people, these celebrities and everything like that, when they went and helped out.
Oh yeah.
They were surrounded by paparazzi and all that. And the other thing is, the person, even though Hollywood is evil and stuff like that, the guy, the Steve Buscemi, the one with the messed up teeth, he was a volunteer firefighter before he became an actor. And during 9/11, he volunteered his time and didn't let anybody know he was there. He was there helping clean up the rubble and everything like that. A lot of people don't know that. And he's donated money to families and everything like that.
Who was it again?
Steve Buscemi. He's an actor.
Steve Buscemi. Oh, he's really kind of homey. That's what I want to say.
Right. He may not be a good, he may be involved in some horrible stuff, but he did he did a lot of good too. So
Excuse me, you told me Busmi, something like that.
He got jacked up teeth.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah, he is jacked up.
He was in The Wedding Singer. He was the drunk brother, in that one scene. He's like, so. He's always in Tarantino movies and stuff like that. So
yeah, I know he is.
Yeah.
He's a little guy too. A little guy.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes some of these people we think are bad are good, and what's good is bad.
We live in upside down. Right now, it's just more prevalent because we see the world for what it is, and the people who are asleep see the world for what they want them to think. They don't see the cage. We do.
Oh, I got a headache. Oh.
Where?
Exactly, a headache, because they don't understand upside down world.
No. Well, you said it was storming out there, right?
Yeah. No, well, in the distance, but
it changes the pressure. They're messing with the pressure because they know that we feel it. Anything to knock our.
It's because I'm going to church today, and God wants me to have a headache. Well, it ain't going to do it since I'm going. I got to work with the kids today. My the pastor of children's asked me, "Could you help tomorrow?" I said, "Sure." They needed somebody to help out. I miss the kids too.
This would have been a lot easier just to go out there and assassinate all the globalists. just wipe them off the planet. Be done.
Yeah,
with it.
it sure would, wouldn't it? But we want to see the confessions. We want to see.
I don't want to see it. I just want it done. I just want it
I don't
over
want
with.
to. No, I
I
don't
don't
want
want
to
to see it. I'm not
No,
sadistic.
no. I don't want
You
to
know?
see what they did. I just want to see their confessions. I don't want to see the evil acts.
No,
Them
I just want them vanquished. Period. It's not my place to
Unfortunately,
judge.
it will have to be witnessed. When these people face their demise,
Yes,
we'll
they have
all
to
have
be
to
witnessed.
witness it, so there's no illusion as to what
God,
went
yeah,
on.
that's what God said.
Yeah.
Right. I
Yeah,
don't want to.
they are. You're right, Remote. They're probably going to have to show that to people, even though it goes against what they would normally show on TV, right?
A Scooby Doo moment, I think, would be perfect to wake people up.
There's gonna be a lot of Scooby Doo moments.
I mean, to as far as Mr. Potato Head is concerned.
Oh
Because
yeah.
I know people that literally listen to every word and thinks he is the best thing since sliced bread.
How about
What a joke is that?
And then they listen to Jen Psaki too.
Oh.
Every time she's on, which is every day, except for the weekend. But I mean, literally, if she's on, he's got his headphones in, and he's like laughing at her jokes. Thinks she is just hilarious. Hates Trump. Hates Kayleigh McEnany. You know, anyone's better than Trump. That's their narrative. Anyone is better than Trump.
Yep. It's aggravating.
They wouldn't care if it was the devil himself, as long as it's not Trump.
Well, he is.
No, he's not. He's not the devil.
No, he's just a minion. He's
A
just a
minion,
puppet.
but he's not the devil. He's a minion.
A puppet.
He's a minion. Minions are, you know.
I love how
he's already dead. He's already dead. He has no soul. You're dead. When you give up your soul, you're no longer alive. You are a puppet, and that person who's controlling you is Satan himself.
Don't you love how the media's going after him now? He starts snapping at him. He gets really mad at him. The good media. The good media.
You got
And
thunder.
Trump handed it with grace.
That's why they chose Trump, because he can take it with better than most people. He's been, you know, people have, says what's a that's funny. There's a meme. Believing said there's a meme and a blonde guy says, "Okay, who's behind this mask?" And he pulls it off, and it's MSNBC and CNN. Well, they're owned by the big 6. And they're all owned by the big 13, and they're run by the big 2. You know,
I lost my internet for a second.
So.
Have you ever seen the lefties try to meme? They don't have a clue how to do it. Theirs don't make any sense at all.
And
If
they
we
just
didn't
scream
have
like
memes-
little Karens. That's all.
Y'all, if we didn't have funny memes, we'd be going crazy.
I mean, that's another thing. It's like, you know, people are getting the poke and they're thinking, oh, now I'm immune. No, you can still get it. Then why did you get it in the first place?
Right. That's stupid.
Because the government told me to.
Right.
I told my brother, well, your wife's dead now.
I want to travel.
Exactly. I have a friend. Her husband works for Delta. He's a pilot, and she did it for that very reason. I put it in her thing. I said, "Why'd you take that poison? People are dying." He says, "I
Right.
can't let it scare me because I want to travel."
There you go.
Oh.
I want to see that happen.
You know, but think about it. Wonder what they'll do with the Statue of Liberty because she's just very satanic.
I mean, we know it's, you know, but she is a symbolism too.
I
Everything's
think
symbolism. Remember, symbolism will be their downfall.
they're still going to tear it down too, I believe.
Oh,
why-
really? Wow.
I think Washington, D.C. is going to be gone. And
They already
things
did.
But she's
like
in New
that are
York.
going to be gone too.
She's in New York, isn't she?
Yeah,
Well,
it's not far away.
Here we go. I have one. This is hilarious. You'll love this, Vicky. You'll laugh your ass off.
Granny.
Screw that.
Well, I read I heard a video that if they're required to be the Jabberwocky. If you go to New York, even if you're visiting New York, you have to get it. I go, well, another reason not to go. You know, they're not bringing up any charges against Como for the deaths of those people in the nursing home. They're not even investigating it.
Oh my God.
For now.
This is interesting. This is just dropped from one of my friends on Facebook. Didn't even realize this one. This is for all of us people out here. What a fascinating name for a 5G tower.
Delta?
What is it? I can't see it. Delta.
You see, the thing is, as soon as they turn that on, it has the same effect on your cells as the other thing does. And you can't properly absorb oxygen into each cell.
That's the Delta. They're saying that's the Delta variant.
Yeah.
No. Well, there is no variance, but this is what they want you to believe it is.
When they turn it
well,
on.
this isn't. They want you to think it's the actual thing, but it's actually this when they turn it on.
When they turn it all on completely, because they're still setting it up.
Exactly.
They're just getting us ready for that when it actually happens. Because I mean, like this one here, which is like not even, I think like 75 yards from me is a tower.
And they're going to call it an EMP.
When I go to the tower thing website to see where the towers are, this one doesn't even show up. It's not there according to their map, but it's there. I can see it with my own eyes. And it blinks at night too. So it's on. But it's not, I don't think it's fully on. I don't know. It may not be fully on. That's why it's not showing. But it's got power.
I looked mine up online. Both of mine are 4G. They're not 5G yet.
I'm confused, but I know when you go to a 5G, it tells you on your telephone.
The town I'm in is population 3,500 people. Very small town. But the company came here 2 years ago. And apparently they're here for another 2 or 3 years, setting more up all along this area. They're not done. But it's like every 100 or I think it's like every 100 yards or 125 yards, there's towers.
Well, I hate to leave good company, but I'm getting sleepy.
And I'll be on tomorrow early.
Good night, whoever you are. Pippin, Giggles.
Pippi Longstocking. I remember that movie, Pippi Longstocking. She had the braids with the...
Yeah.
I wonder, I mean, I haven't seen that movie in so long. I have to go back to see what was in that movie, too, or that show.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I said I haven't seen it in so long, the original ones, to see, because she was unusually strong, and they really made, her a focus. I just wonder what the narrative was.
Tomboyish.
You ever wonder what was in that Popeye spinach?
Tomboyish.
Everything has an agenda. Everything has a narrative. everything is showing you something. You just got to. Truth is in everything, period.
Mm-hmm.
Except in Wikipedia, because they manipulate that. But truth is in everything, especially comedy, especially but documentaries sometimes it's truthful in everything but documentaries and like Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Because they want the documentaries are in like the school books. They're telling you what they want you to believe.
Yeah.
They're just making you lazy. So if you can't look past, if you can't look, you go to a documentary and you're like, okay, that's the truth, and you do no other research beyond that, you're not getting the full scale.
Right. Well, I didn't ever really think about Pippi Longstocking being the meaning behind her.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it was Disney either, did you?
Yeah, right.
I mean, look what they did with Shirley Temple.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere, Guardian. It's Pippi going.
I'm going. I'm tired.
You were the one waving, so I was waving back.
My eyes open. Anyway, I love y'all.
I was
Love
waving
you
at
too.
Pippi.
I'll see you
I'm going
tomorrow.
on earlier
Bye-bye.
tomorrow, so if you want
Okay,
to
good.
come up,
Cool.
I'll send you a text.
All right. Love everybody. Love you.
Love you
Love
too.
you. Take care.
Bye, everybody in chat.
I got a thunderstorm here, so my power might go out.
Uh-oh.
But you all can't hear it.
No.
I think my power is going out.
You know what's fun the other day? When Dangerous Freedom fell asleep and they stayed on his stream, they played Family Feud. It was fun.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just crazy. I'm gonna put on something. This'll be good. So,
Well, you Jordan.
no. 1 second. Little angel motivation. So here we go.
It is waiting at your door. The first sin by mankind occurs in Genesis chapter 3, technically referred to as the original sin. But the first mention of the word sin in the Bible is in Genesis chapter 4, verse 7. Genesis chapter 4, verses 6 through 7 states, "And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him." Everything we do in this life is a result of the seed that has been sown in our heart. All the things we think, all the things we do, it will all start from the heart. There is a reason the Bible says we should guard our heart with all diligence. The heart is like a door to human life. We can also call some other parts of the body a door, but the heart is the main door that will determine what comes into your life. Many things are lining up at the door of every life, waiting for the heart to be opened so they can enter into it. The truth about the things lining up to enter into the heart of man originates from two major sources: Satan, who brings sin, and Jesus, who brings life. Jesus told us in Revelation chapter 3, verse 20, that he is at the door of every life, waiting for everyone to open the door to him. Another thing that is waiting to enter into the life of mankind is sin. Sin is always at the entrance of your heart. Sin is always standing, waiting to enter and pollute your heart. There are many things at the door of your life. What are you opening your heart to? What are you allowing to enter into your life? What are the things you have given the power to leave the door of your life open for other things to enter? Are you allowing sin into your life? Are you allowing your heart to be polluted? We cannot afford to allow sin into our lives. We cannot allow any forms of evil to make it into our lives, because if we allow them to, they will bring other evil into our lives. People are battling with many sins today because they did not see when the sin was at the door of their lives. They were not able to identify what they should not open the door of their lives to. The Bible says, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. Sin wants you. It wants to have you and invade every part of your life. Many lives are being destroyed because of this. Look, Jesus is at the door of your life, and sin is also at this door. Who would you allow to enter into your life? Who would you give access to your life? You may think you are allowing good things into your life, but the truth is that sin always comes in masquerading itself that you will never know that they are sins. Did you know that sin can come in the form of a person? A perfect example of this is friends or people who encourage you to sin. They may look like they are friends, but anyone who cheers you on when you are sinning and does not rebuke you is not a friend. How are you guarding your heart? Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23 of the King James Version says, "Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life." We all know the story of how Cain and Abel offered a sacrifice to God, and Abel's sacrifice was accepted, but Cain's was rejected. Cain became angry that he opened the door of his life to sin. This is the first place in the Bible that sin was mentioned, and it was about it standing at the door of Cain's life. Cain opened the door of his heart to sin, and he sinned. Sin came in the form of anger. It resulted in murder. Cain did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He did not bother to ask God what he had done wrong. He just allowed sin to have access to his life. Cain allowed sin to dominate his life. He allowed the spirit of the devil to make his life miserable. When you open the door to sin in your life, it will dominate you. I always hear people say when they go into sin, they will quickly repent so they don't go deeper into it. Who told you that you will repent immediately? When sin enters a life, it spreads and becomes the ruler in your life. Sin will do all it can to dictate your life. Sin will never want to leave easily. Sin will never allow you to be free. It would be dangerous to purposely open the door to sin. It will be dangerous to allow sin to take control of your life. Cain lost many things in this life because he opened the door to sin. Sin will never allow life to be free when it becomes the ruler. We need to be careful of what we allow in our lives. We need to make sure we guard our hearts with all diligence. If we read the story of Cain closely, we see that Cain was warned. Cain was warned by God, but he did not listen. Many of us will say God did not warn us about sins we have committed. We blame God for allowing us to sin. God will always send things to you to warn you. The Holy Spirit in you will always warn you before you go into any sin. Cain was warned. God told him sin is at the door of his heart. God told him sin is knocking. Cain could hear God. Maybe he did not know what sin was. Maybe he did not know that what was knocking on the door of his heart was sin. But God told him. God made it clear to him that what is knocking is sin and can destroy him. This is the same way God has been warning everyone. So I have a question for you today. Is God warning you about a sin? Are you listening to the warning of God? Cain allowed emotions to control him. He gave the key to the door of his life to emotions. Cain was not led by the Spirit, but by emotions. Have you been allowing your emotions to lead you into sin? Have you given your emotions the key to your life? Well, you need to make a change today. Anger entered Cain, and he lost control of his life. Sin pushed Cain to kill his brother. I don't care who you are. If sin is in your life, it will always control you. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. It doesn't matter how sound you are psychologically. If sin enters into your life, it will control you. Paul said the things he wanted to do. He doesn't do them, but will always do the things he never wanted to do. That is how powerful sin is and how it can control anyone. Romans chapter 7, verses 19 through 20 of the King James Version says, "For the good that I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. Now, if I do that I would not, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me." I want to tell you the truth. If you are led by flesh or emotions, if you are led by the things around you, if you are led by people, if you are led by circumstances, there is no amount of warning that you will listen to. It doesn't matter the number of people that God will send to you to warn you about sin at the door of your life. You will never listen. People who go into sin and then say God did not warn them were not able to hear the warnings of God because their emotions have turned off their hearing. You need to ask yourself, what is controlling me? You need to look deep into your life. What is your drive? Are you controlled by lust? Are you controlled by anger? Are you controlled by the spirit of bitterness and hatred? Are you controlled by worldly pleasures? If any of these things are controlling you, you will be forced to ignore the warnings from God and then open the door to sin. You are a child of God. You have the Spirit of God in you. You have what it takes to deal with every spirit of sin. You have been given the power to make things better. But to affect these things, you must allow yourself to be led by the Spirit of God. Romans chapter 8, verse 14 of the King James Version says, "For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God." What is leading your life? What are you following in your life? You may be wondering, how can it be possible that sin dominates whenever the door is open for it? Sin sends its agents to control you and make you open the door. And then when you open, it takes the lead. When you're controlled by lust, when you sin, it's hard to get out of it. When you are controlled by sexual desires, when you get in it, it becomes hard to get out of it. Any sin you get into, it will always be hard to get out of the sin. What you will think is that you're in charge of the sin you have committed. You think you can control it, but you are still being controlled by the flesh. You are being controlled by lust. We need not deceive ourselves. No man can control sin. Sin always grows, and it always pulls you deeper and deeper. There is no way you can control sin. If you try to do that, you will go deeper into it. Don't try to control sin. Just change what controls you. You cannot be controlled by the flesh and say you will overcome sin. It is an impossible mission. The flesh enjoys sin. The flesh loves sin. That's its nature. Therefore, you cannot be controlled by flesh and expect to overcome sin. You must be controlled by the Spirit of God, and that is how you will be free from sin. God is warning you today that the sin you are still pampering in your heart will eat you up someday. God is warning you that the sin that you have not sent away from the door of your life will enter one day, and it will dominate. God wants you to change what is controlling you today. One brings life, while the other brings death. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 19 of the King James Version says, "I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live." God wants you to choose life. God wants you to choose what will benefit you. You need to listen today. Listen to the warnings coming from God directly. What is that action you are planning to take that God is telling you is bad? What is that thing you've made up your mind to execute that God is telling you is a dangerous plan? You need to listen, because they are sins at the entrance of your life waiting to come in and eat you up. Have you wondered why many people suffer from sin and addictions today? It is because sin has dominated. Sin has become the boss in their lives. Sin is now what tells them what to do and what not to do. One sin will always open the door to the other sins. It doesn't matter how small that sin is. It has the power to open your life to other sins. Sin can go from telling lies to stealing and murder. What do you want to remain in your life? Cain killed Abel. Just as sin is at the door of your life, Jesus is also right there knocking and waiting for you to open up. Revelation chapter 3, verse 20 of the King James Version says, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him, and will sup with him, and he with me."
That was really good. What do you think?
I think it's very powerful.
I need to work on my anger, my emotions. I shouldn't have got mad at my sister. It gets really disheartening, you know.
Well, you don't have to like what she says. Just apologize and go on. But why do you apologize for what you believe, though? That's another thing.
Maybe that's being humble.
Yeah, but I think you should kick her in the ass first and then apologize. I'm sorry.
Remote.
I know, I mean, in Revelation, and I know through my faith that everyone will wake up. Everyone is going to wake up. You know, I know they're gonna. Not everyone, but I mean, majority of people will wake up at some point. They're not ready to wake up at this point. We're the ones who are awake, and there's people that have been awake for a very long time, like you. But my sister, she's been a nurse for like over 40 years.
Well, see, that's her life. That's
all of it. As far as the medical thing, she is fully indoctrinated. She's an oncology nurse. Fully indoctrinated.
Well, remember I was telling you about that lady, Laura, that worked for us.
It's 4:30 in the morning. Good night, Ed. I love you, darling. Be careful.
Right. Good night, Ed.
I'll see y'all later.
I'm gonna hop on tomorrow. I'm gonna do it earlier, so I'll see
you, brother.
Yeah, good night, Remote. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too, man. Stay well.
Okay.
Good night.
Hold it. Let me turn this thing on for 1 second here. How you do it? Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
Aren't we all? We're in the wrong. We're in a different book than everybody else. It's called the Bible.
Yeah, my power's going to go out in a minute here anyway. So
yeah, be careful, darling.
All right, see y'all later.
Bye.
Well, in The Chosen, you know, they says everyone else is playing a different game than we are now. We're in, you know, they're in their phones. We're actually researching, you know. They don't.
I think God woke me up because He knows I'm gonna be worry wart. So He woke me up so I don't have to, you know, I won't worry.
Right. I mean, we're all special. It's just, I mean, we all. All of us could have been woken up. We all could have kept, you know, because this is everything's a test. It's all a test of faith. You know, I mean, how do you bring out the best in people? You test them. You know, God never gives you anything more than you can handle. So,
you know, I've always thought that, but I recently learned that He does, but He also helps you handle it.
no, it's not that He doesn't. He gives you more than what you can handle. He gives you things because He knows you can handle them. You don't know you can't handle them. He knows you better than you know yourself. He made you.
Well, that's a great thing, and He still loves me.
Even though we're imperfect, He loves us anyway. My daughter, she may not be perfect. I was not perfect. I'm definitely not perfect. My mom and dad love me anyways. You know, I mean, that is the ultimate father. I mean, other fathers may not find someone else's child beautiful, but my mom and dad, they love me regardless of my faults.
And you love them regardless of theirs.
Right. And if you can't, I love my dad, even though I knew he wasn't perfect, and did he handle everything? Did he raise us perfectly? Did he do everything the right way? No, because his parents were infallible too. Did I hate my dad because he did things wrong, and do I have to hold on to every grudge, that every messed up thing that ever happened to me in my childhood? No, because he did the best he could with what he had, and we all turned out pretty okay.
You remember the reality show, the Duggars? How they made them feel so perfect and everything. Ended up one of the boys got charged for rape.
I mean, people with glass houses shouldn't throw stones. You know, my brothers and sisters, they love my dad, but they did not like my dad. They could not forgive my dad because in their eyes, you know, he was the worst father in the world. That doesn't mean they didn't love him, and they won't talk bad about him. And my sister, you know, but they did not like my dad. You know, I knew my dad was not a hypocrite. My dad, he knew his faults, and he owned up to every one of them. He was very honest about everything. He knew he was a sinner, and he made his repentance to God. So I said, you know, when I went down, I was there when he died. I prayed beside him, told him, don't worry about us. Everybody's A-okay. Go home.
Was your brothers and sisters there?
My sister and my mom was there. The other ones were out of town. No one knew I was coming. I was at work, you know, when I found out that this was going to be the last night. And as soon as I got off work early, and I drove 2.5 hours there as fast as I could possibly go. And when I get there, my sister's like, thank God I've been, you know, because my mom had dementia still, you know, when you're in a stressful situation, it makes it worse. And my sister had to turn him, you know, the death rattle is real. You don't understand it until you hear it.
Yeah, my mama had it.
You can't unhear it.
We sit there by the bed and watched her die. Nothing you could do about it.
Sleeping next to my mom at home.
You know when she about to die, she has such a peace on her face. We know she's crossed over.
So did my dad. He had a smile. Well, a smirk.
Exactly. She was waiting. She was waiting for her. My sister Dodd's oldest child to get there. We couldn't find him. We finally found him. When he got there, she just let go then. She wanted everybody there with her. She loved.
So.
I wish she'd got to meet Rebecca. She never got to meet her.
But yeah, my dad, you know, he was the last, because he kept trying to prepare me, and every time he tried and tell me he was gonna go, I just start crying. You know, my dad was my best friend. You know, I didn't want to hear it. You know, it's like, I know no one lives forever, but you don't have to remind me every time you see me.
I wished I had a dad that I could go to and talk to, but I didn't. I was always stupid and ugly, and I wasn't worth nothing.
That's not your fault. That's his.
I know, but I've learned that I wasn't ugly and stupid. I might be kind of dumb sometimes at dumb stuff.
He had a demon. That wasn't him. That was his demon. There was a demon of hate.
But I never understand why he was like that. I guess I never met
that wasn't him. That was a demon. He was broken, just like you're broken. I'm broken. My dad was broken. His parents were broken. It's a never-ending cycle. When they started the first breaking. When you break a mirror, it splinters. When you break a family, it splinters. When you break a child, it splinters. That's why there's mirroring in everything. They shattered, with the whole mockingbird and monarch butterfly. If you notice all these videos of all these people with their symbolism, it's got mirrors and they're usually broken just because they've shattered their personality. It's where they break the shattering is basically multiple personalities because that's what they do. And they do that with family too. They shatter them apart. Everything is I mean they show you what they're doing. They just don't explain it in layman's terms or put it so out there that the sheeple can't see it.
Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you China? Do you think those actresses and stuff, they have to give a lot of their money to the government?
But they're puppets too. I mean, look at Miss Brittany.
Yep.
I mean, everyone has handlers. Everyone has owners. Everyone. I mean, they're given a script. Do you think Do you think these people that are spewing all this Trump hate are actually doing it on their own fruition? No, they're actors. Bad actors. Actors are given a script. They act. They have no personality. They have no views. They're told what to think, what to say, what to wear, and how to do it. And they're paid. Everything is paid. They sold their soul. They do not have their souls anymore.
Remember Brittany Murphy? I used to like her.
They are sold. They sold them. They have no free will. They are owned. Unless they repent, they are owned.
Did you hear what I said? Remember little Brittany Murphy? You think she died or she's alive?
Who?
Brittany Murphy.
I don't know who that is.
She was that little blonde.
That describes about 75% of Hollywood.
Oh gosh. Oh, what is she paying? No, it wasn't her on 51st Dates. It was on 51st Dates. She was blonde.
That was Drew Barrymore. That was Drew Barrymore.
Well, she messed up.
She was Spielberg's little pet. Same time Heather O'Rourke too. So
yep.
Look what he did to her.
So you think John Bonet is Katy Perry? Somebody did an interview with her parents a long time ago. I don't remember who.
I don't doubt anything anymore. Literally, I don't doubt anything anymore. I mean, everything is upside down. Everything has meaning. Anything is possible. I mean, why are we, people like, oh, that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. No one could be that evil.
Well, they are.
What evil does. Yes, evil can do evil. You can't put your head around it because you're not evil. You would never do that. But to say that evil doesn't exist is a lie.
When I have my nervous breakdown, I have these girls that work at Chick-fil-A. When I worked at Chick-fil-A, I love those girls, and they love me. They came to my wedding and all that stuff, and we laughed and had a good time. But when I was going through my nervous breakdown, and I would stop liking what they were saying, I wanted to push them down the stairs. And I knew something was wrong when I started thinking that. And I had counseling, and I got rid of it, and I felt better, and we're all friends again.
Because something like that video said, you opened the door to something.
Well, I started having flashbacks when I was a child, and I didn't know what was going on. Why am I dreaming about a child being molested? Why? And that child was me.
Yeah, it all surfaces.
And I said, why? I asked the doctor, why now? Of all times, I'm finally married. I'm happy that I'm going through this. Said something about relations. You should have good relations with your mother, your father, but now you find somebody that truly loves you. It's just a trigger.
Right.
I knew he loved me when he stuck with me after 6 months of marriage. Ended up going into a hospital for 8 weeks. Not many men would have done that.
Well, my friend is going through that right now. She's in her 40s and she get flashbacks of what happened to her with her family. And she's got anger issues. She has no faith.
She needs proper counseling and pins like you to make her understand.
I mean, she has a temper like nobody's business, and she is nothing but drama. That girl is a walking thunderstorm in a black cloud on a summer's day. I mean, she has a heart of gold, but she's never dealt with her demons, and she needs to, because they're wreaking havoc in her life, and they're driving me crazy. I've been praying for her, and I mean, I show her all kinds of truth, and she'll prove it. And I prove it, and she believes that part, but anything else I tell her, no, prove it. I mean,
one day
I prove something before telling you something. Do research yourself. Find out, open your eyes, and no, prove it, you have no faith. I can't give you faith, but don't try and take mine.
Do you ever think that maybe, I don't know, I'm just asking, maybe if she comes arguing and stuff, just walk away. And then she asks you, why do you walk away? So I'm not going to deal with the anger. You want me around, I'm not going to deal with the anger. Do you think she would react to that, or?
I got her off of drugs. It took me 4 years.
That's why she's angry. She's trying to deal with that.
Because this is why she's getting flashbacks. Because she spent 20 years hiding from them. When you get off of drugs and this, everything, and you have to actually deal with reality, it hits you like a freaking brick wall.
Is there any Alcohol Anonymous or AAs around that she can go to?
She needs serious counseling.
And she can't do it for her. She's got to do that on her own.
Yeah, it's not available to her for that. Let's just put it this way. Her father was Egyptian royalty.
Egyptian royalty?
Royalty. Mm-hmm. He tried marrying her off when she was 15.
And has she escaped again?
She hid her passport to where he couldn't get access to it because she just had a good instinct to it. She never trusted her dad. So,
and her mama probably was just compliance with him, her dad, because she had no choice.
He told her mom that he was taking her to Egypt with him for a business trip. Didn't even tell her mother that he had an arrangement.
It was a business.
Right. He pretty much was trying to sell her. So, yeah.
Well,
she was smart enough and street smart enough at 15 to hide her passport. And she caught, her neighbor had basically, then wherever they were staying, the neighbor caught wind of it, and because she'd stand outside, because she smoked cigarettes, and she would go out, at the house and to the side, like courtyard, so area, and smoke her cigarettes, away from where people could see her, because there, you were supposed to be covered, head to toe and the thing like that. And she refused to do it. And you had, as a woman, you had to walk 10 paces behind your husband or your dad. She never would. And she was like, F you, because she's American, So she started, the guy that was staying in the house near there knew English, and he seen her out smoking, and they just built up a conversation, just standing out smoking. And I guess he caught wind of it and warned her about it, and he helped her escape and get to an embassy, and they flew her back. I picked her up from the airport.
What happened to him?
Nothing.
Did she ever see him anymore?
Found in his deathbed.
Oh. I was watching this show. I don't know what the name of it was. It was about a little young girl, Indian girl. And they put her in a place where all the Indian, poor Indian widows had to stay.
Right.
And they sold her off. And other older women were trying to save her because they know what was going on, and they tried to save her, but they married her off, and you know what happened, and it broke her. And but the other people did help her escape, so she got to get out of there.
My friend's lucky, she did escape, but she went into a life of promiscuous sex and drugs. So,
but now she's free. She needs to she's free, and
I know. I'm just. It took me 3 years to get her away from the drugs and her abusive boyfriend. And she's a Marine. She's, he's got his issues too. He's got multiple personality disorder. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, they're a couple, aren't they?
I mean, they're drama waiting for something to happen. So, they're both very damaged people. He has VA, so he goes to the VA for his therapy.
Yeah, VA sucks.
She's never had therapy. Her therapy was self-medication. Now she needs, since this stuff is brewing and she's not dealt with it, it doesn't mean it's going away. It's just wreaking havoc, and she doesn't know why why she has trust issues.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And he hasn't helped either, so.
Just keep praying for her. That's all you can do.
I told her, I was like, you need some serious therapy. You need to deal with this, because this is, until you deal with your demons, they're not going to go away. I keep praying for her, but
that's all you need to do. Keep on doing it. I keep on praying to her as well,
She needs to start praying too.
Mm-hmm.
I can't give her faith though, but I can just pray for her. That's all I can do, and try and tell her that, don't be so quick to anger, because she sees red and she just becomes a different person altogether.
Well, I hope she don't do something really bad and end up in prison.
I mean, when she gets mad, she's a different person altogether. She sees red, and there is no calming her down.
No turning it off.
She would, if you got in her way the wrong way, she probably would. Yes, I would, no doubt.
Maybe that's Egyptian blood in her as well.
No, that's just, that's a demon. I mean, and like I said, she needs to deal with her demons. I dealt with mine. She needs to deal with hers. Now she's clear-headed. She's got a roof over her head. She's got the insurance to do it. Do it. I told her I'm at the end of my tether. She needs, I can't, I can take her to the door and show her the door, but it's for her to walk through it.
Yep. So you got to walk in.
My best friend did that to me. She showed me the door, but I had to walk through it. I had to go there. She has to do the same. I can't do it for her. I can pray for her. I can give her a shoulder to cry on, but I can't fix her.
Did you tell her that? Was your
know.
friend?
She knows. Now she's trying to find a therapist that takes her insurance. So she is looking now.
A woman therapist.
It doesn't matter to her. So
Well, I don't want to talk. I would never want to talk to a man.
I mean, a therapist
I
is
mean,
a
I did. There's some good ones. I take that back. There's good ones.
like it's I told her, I said, I got lucky. My therapist was great from the get-go. But the problem is people don't realize you have to, not every therapist is the same. Sometimes you get some really crappy ones, and you just can't say all therapy is bad because you're first.
I had one. It was terrible.
You have to find one that works for you. It's like putting on a pair of shoes. I might wear Nikes or this is an example. I might wear Adidas, and they fit perfectly for me. But you put on a pair of Adidas and they hit you in the wrong spot. Same with therapy.
That's about every shoe I wear.
You got to keep looking until you find the right fit. Same with therapy.
My favorite shoe is therapy.
Walked up, the first thing she said to me when she walked up after saying her name was, "What are you looking for?" I said, "Not medication." She said, "I don't give out medication. It's a Band-Aid. I get to the heart of the issue."
Oh, so she was a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, because they love medication.
She was a therapist, but she said, she goes, "A medication is a Band-Aid. I don't give out Band-Aids. I fix the problem. I get to the heart of the issue." Perfect.
That's why she was a psychologist and not a psychiatrist. Here, let me give you this. Let me give you this.
I had enough of this. They had a light of the fucking.
This stuff would knock you out. You'd be a zombie.
Believe me, I've been there. I had it with my migraines.
I heard people hate
that
it.
fixed my migraines was my piercings.
I never had. I took it, but people say I
no
never
more CAT
took it.
scans, no more MRIs, no more experimental drugs that gave me every side effect I can only possibly imagine.
I never took it, but I heard people who took lithium was really bad.
Have you, Remote?
Lithium was good for bipolar.
Remote,
did you go to sleep? He said he went to sleep more. Did go to sleep.
Did you go to sleep, Remote? Are you still there?
His dog's so cute.
4, 3, 2, 1. Remote.
I slept all day yesterday. I must have slept 12 hours.
I guess I'll let me. Yeah, he's got his mic muted, so he might be asleep.
That's funny.
Just remove him, so it's all right. He's asleep. Sorry, Remote, but you're asleep. So I'm gonna leave him up there, and like Ed did, and I had Ed asleep. Remember, Ed and Conservative Patriot fell asleep. Ed said he woke up to a blank screen. He's like, I guess it ended. So, like I said, I mean, I love my friend to death. I mean, I literally, I've known her since she was.
Of course you do.
15 years old. I mean, right before, right around the same time she almost got sold by her dad. And
so her dad never came after her since she came to America?
No, he lived in America. He was a doctor.
Oh, I thought they were in Egypt.
I mean, he's from Egypt.
Okay.
His family was royalty.
So he does live in America, and he is an Egyptian doctor.
No, I mean he practiced in America. His family was royalty, so he was royalty.
Where does he live?
Here, in this, Kentucky. But he's
Okay.
dead. He's been dead for quite a
Oh.
few years. So I'm not going to mention the names.
No, you don't have to. I don't want you to. Um,
But I mean, her mother was Canadian and her dad was Egyptian. None of them they weren't citizens. They had green cards, permanent ones.
but I bet
They
his,
had, she
I
has
bet
dual,
hmm
and so do her brothers. So
my friend does too. Her husband lives here in America, and they're Canadian, but she has a green card for both. She lives here,
yeah,
and he works, and he travels a lot. And he didn't travel from COVID, and she wasn't used to him being home. But now he's back traveling again.
So
that's what people do. They got used to being home. Now they got to go back out and work again. Some people love work. They want to go to work. They like their job.
yeah.
My husband don't like his job. He likes to
No
work.
one likes their job.
No.
Really, no one likes their job. They do it because they think they have to have it to survive. I mean, literally, look at how they've ran things. I mean, you get a job, you work, pay bills, you work and pay bills, you work and pay bills, you work and pay bills.
The government takes it off on your taxes.
Until you just can't do it anymore, or you get too old, and then you live on a very limited income. If you were lucky enough to be one of the people that actually made extra money, like big money, then you had somewhat of a comfortable life. But a normal person, you're going to end up in one of them old folks' homes.
Well, I know some people that have good lives.
Just the bare minimum. Nobody comes to visit you, especially, like me, I guess he was awake. Sorry. Sorry, Ramon. I thought we were trying to talk to you and didn't hear from you, and I was like, I must have fell asleep. So, but I mean, it's basically you work until you physically cannot do it anymore, and you're not one of them lucky ones that have a posh life. I mean, you're just put into a place where you just barely survive until you die.
Mm-hmm.
You work until you can't work no more. What's the point of living if that's all there is?
You work 12, 15 hours a day. You never see your family.
I mean, I when I worked at Zappos, I loved my job there because I didn't mind working there because it was the CEO said, a happy employee is a hardworking employee. It was a really novel idea. But of course, he sold it out to Amazon. So basically, he sold his, he's no longer here. He died mysteriously last year. Young guy. Smart, but young. Mysteriously died. Unusual circumstances, I guess.
Have you ever heard of Lidl's grocery store? Lidl's, Lidls. It's kind of like Aldi's. They got a kind of new one kind of close to us. They said they're really good prices on meat, so we're going to go check that out today.
Take a magnet with you. I'm thinking about cutting. I mean, I went up and I got some because I don't eat pig. I got turkey sausage. I got turkey Italian sausage. I got turkey breakfast sausage.
I don't know if I ever. Yeah, I think I have had turkey sausage. Yeah, I have.
It's good. I mean, you made the right seasoning, just like that guy that made bacon with daikon radish. With the right seasoning, you can make anything taste like anything. So, but I'm gonna hop off here because I'm tired. and
Yeah,
it's like
pretty.
5 o'clock in the morning. You know, I
You,
do
you
need
got
to
to
get
work.
some
Got to
sleep.
go to
And
work today.
no, I'm off today, but I'm gonna come on early tomorrow. I just, I need to
Like
get some
what?
sleep.
Like what time? So make sure I'm home.
I don't know. I'll send you a text.
Yeah, we're probably gonna go shopping about probably 1-ish, 2-ish.
I mean, if I'm on, I mean, usually on my day off, I'm on quite a while, so
You won't be on as early as 1 or 2 o'clock, will you?
you never know. Depends on when
Okay.
Psycho Dog lets me get up by going bladder, 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 bladder.
Well, if I'm not shopping, if
He
I'm
wakes
not
me up at 8
shopping,
o'clock in the morning by jumping on me.
well,
So wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up,
if
wake
I'm
up.
not shopping, I'll see ya. Come on, you can text me.
I will. Like I said, if I go up super early or anytime I go up, I'll just give y'all a text saying I'm on.
You
'Cause
know
I
you
know
can do a group text,
YouTube is
right?
hiding my notifications, so
You know you can do a group text.
I know, but I hate those because mine doesn't work properly, and I don't like them, and I just don't want to put that on other people.
Oh,
I have time. I mean, to me, it's more. It's just means more if I send it all individually because group text. You're just like, oh, there's one. It's like anytime I try and do a group chat, I get in trouble because everybody's like, stop sending me stuff. And they get all pissy and
no, you select
nowadays.
you select the ones you want to put on there, just like you would do it individually.
I've done it before, and you learn your lesson when things just don't go right, even though you had the best intentions. So,
Okay, you tried it, you didn't like it. There it goes.
no, so it doesn't work out well. You just like you may find something funny and you text it to somebody and they may not find it funny and they get offended or get angry, and that you didn't mean it in a malicious way, but they took it that way. You may, like I said, you can't interpret others' interpretation. You can't say, oh, I find this hilarious, everybody else is going to find it funny. You can't do that. That's assuming makes an ass out of me and you. That's why, always be careful not to put anything really important, emotional importance or funny, or be careful what you write down, because interpretation and perspective, like that one, you may think you're a lion, but to someone else you look like a dick. Remember the giraffes? That it's all perspective. People don't take account that everybody else doesn't think like them.
Well, I love you, and I hope to talk to you tomorrow, later on today.
Love you too. Get some sleep, sweet dreams.
I mean, go to sleep. I go to church about 8 o'clock. I might go to church at 8 o'clock. I might go at 10 o'clock. I know I got to go at 10 o'clock.
Well, I mean, just take a power nap.
Okay. Well, I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Love you too.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Night.
Remember, everybody, where we go one, we go all. United we stand, divided we fall. If we lose this country, we have no one else to blame but ourselves. So pray, pray, pray. Be kind, even if you think nobody is watching. So there's enough evilness, enough hatred, and enough strife in this world. We don't have to make it any worse. We can make it better. That's what we should strive for. To make the next day a better one than we found it. So bless you all. God bless America. God bless Trump. Jesus, take the wheel. So good night, angel of Yahweh.